Comptroller, you ready? Okay. 46. Yeah. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, will you please call our December 5th meeting of the Memphis City Council to order? I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day, Reverend Elatrice Ingram Jr. from Middle Baptist Church has been invited by Councilwoman Johnson. Reverend Ingram, will you please lead us in prayer?
Shall we bow? Heavenly Father, as we come on today, Lord, we come with thanksgiving in our hearts. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to see the last month of the year and the first Tuesday of this month. It's by your grace and mercy that we are here. Lord, we ask now that you would rule over this meeting, Lord, that you would grant wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And, oh God, help all of us to be good stewards over what you have placed in our hands. Bless this council, bless them individually and collectively. May they do things to the glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I thank Reverend Ingram for coming today and being with us and offering us that prayer. We truly need the blessings upon us as we serve in this capacity each today. As a matter of fact, we need it every day on behalf of the city of Memphis. So I want to recognize you and let you know that we are declaring you the chaplain of the day of the Memphis City Council, and that you are entitled to all the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogative appertaining to the office and to the display of this certificate given on this day, December the 5th, 2023. Chairman Martavis Jones and Member Cheyenne Johnson, Super District 8, Position 2. And we thank you again for coming. This is not his first time being with us, but he was such a blessing the first time. It's time for him to come back and renew those blessings for us. Thank you. Would you like to make any comments?
Recognizing Chairman Jones and Vice Chairman Smiley and all the council, thank you for allowing me this privilege to come and serve on today. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Ingram.
And you're invited to worship with us at the Middle Baptist Church, 801 Whitehaven Lane, 38116. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilmember Canali. Here. Carlisle. Here. Colbert. Easter Thomas. Ford. Johnson. Logan. Morgan. Robinson. Vice Chairman Smiley.
No place I'd rather be.
Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Warren.
Present.
Chairman Jones.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilman Canali, you're recognized.
Oh man, long day.
For what?
Okay.
Do I need to? No.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
I believe Vice Chair Smiley has read the minutes from our November 21st, 2023 meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I reviewed the meeting minutes and find them to be in order, and I move the adoption of November 21st meeting minutes, and the system is not working. It's
the...
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Got one speaker.
You got someone queue.
Okay. We have a card from Mr. Joe Kent Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. I need to first say that the minutes and add-on items were not posted from last meeting. Instead, documentation from January 2020 was posted on the website. So I don't know the exact item number of what I'm asking you to reconsider, but it has to do with the spectrum purchase. The MLGW spectrum purchase for $27 million was not approved for same-night minutes. The $27 million spectrum purchase that I'd ask you to reconsider does not serve ratepayers for another 40 years. FOIA documentation from MLGW says they can acquire a communication band for $8 million for 20 years. You run the numbers at a 3% internal rate of return, and ratepayers will not benefit until 40 years down the road, where an investor benefits $27 million today. That is so that's money that they can be spending on all this capital improvement stuff. That is so FedEx Memphis tomorrow, where we go and say, promise this great tomorrow, 40 years down the road, an investor actually takes all the money that we could be benefiting today from ratepayers. I would ask you to reconsider it. It doesn't serve ratepayers for another 40 years. And I don't know the exact item number because the reason is the minutes and the add-on agenda were not properly noticed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Is that true? Was it properly recorded? Who can account for that for the website? Okay, they said it was a glitch.
Can you speak to the mic, Ms. Johnson?
Okay, I was informed there was a glitch in the website. So do we move forward in this situation, or what do we do?
Move forward.
To our attention that there's an error in the
Mr. Wade.
process.
Mr. Wade. So I don't have our counsel down here to address that question, but
Mr. Chair, I'm in the queue.
yes.
Ma'am. Colleagues, I would say we move forward with the meeting minutes, and if there's some sort of issue with those, unless you're personally concerned about notice, that's your personal prerogative. But I'm happy to move forward with the minutes, and if somebody feels like we did them improperly, they're welcome to litigate us.
I don't think that's necessary. I think that, Mayor
Microphone,
Chair,
please, Ms. Johnson.
that if we've been notified of an error, we need to correct it. I mean, why we take this position? But Attorney Wade is here. He can help us.
So, Ms. Hyman, if you could apprise Mr. Wade what's being discussed here.
Basically, we bought something, we can't use it for 4 years.
The question is, can we move forward with the minutes if the wrong minutes were posted?
The council was informed that the minutes were not posted by the proper notice by a member of the audience.
Okay.
And the question was, and I'll let Councilwoman Johnson ask her question again.
Mr. Wade, is if it was not posted correctly and it has been brought to our attention, nobody can tell me if it was true. Ms. Brooks did say that there was a glitch with the system, and apparently it was not done correctly. Should we move forward, or if there's one or two particular items, which one needs to be held? What needs to take place at this point?
Okay, there's no requirement that we post our minutes publicly. They are available for inspection. I thought I was talking into the mic. Am I talking loud enough now? Can you hear me? Okay. There's no requirement that our minutes be posted anywhere. They are for this body to make sure that they confirm the actions that were taken in the prior meeting. I believe the protocol is that the chairman asks someone, have you read the minutes? The minutes are for you and for you to determine if you are comfortable that they are accurate, then you can vote on them up or down. There's no requirement that we have to post them in the Commercial Appeal or the Daily Memphian or on Channel 5. That's just some fiction, some red herring that someone's trying to hang their hat on. Thank you.
Ms. Johnson.
It seems as though it's been determined that it was not a requirement that these minutes be posted, so failure to do it correctly is fine.
Okay.
Let's proceed. Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan, you're removing yourself? Okay. So seeing no other council members looking to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare our minutes for approval?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Welcome to the December 5th, 2023 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure that the public has the full opportunity to be heard and the deliberative process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms has meeting agendas available up front, as well as comment cards for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their comment card to the Sergeant at Arms before that item is called. If you're not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comments at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that properly registered to speak by submitting a completed comment card, request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Members of the audience and persons addressing the council will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, or profane comments, or use abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violative conduct in order to leave the council's chambers, or by giving an order for security personnel to remove any disruptive persons from the council chambers who refuse to leave voluntarily. So today, everybody, we have some very special guests in our audience. Today, we have the Fall 2023 Urban Fellows who are attending the City Council meeting today. The Urban Fellows program provides local college students and recent graduates with opportunities to intern with the City of Memphis government for 10 weeks. Interns receive challenging projects to complete in areas of the city in which they are interested. The Urban Fellows work in the following divisions this year. Those divisions were the City Attorney's Office, the Executive Division in Communications, Engineering, Finance, Library, and Memphis Park. So those Urban Fellows, if you're present, will you please stand so that we can recognize you? Thank you for attending today. Madam Comptroller, items number 43 and 46 will be held until our December 19th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And will you call, Madam Comptroller, item number 1, please?
Thank you. Item number 1 is a resolution recognizing Lachelle Bond, Vice President and Chief Information Officer for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, as one of the top 50 women leaders of Tennessee for the year 2023 by Women We Admire. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I am just so excited to be able to present this resolution to such a well-deserved individual. Whereas, on occasion of Memphis City Council has seen fit to recognize individuals who have enriched the community, and Lachelle Vaughn is certainly worthy of recognition. Whereas Lachelle Vaughn, Vice President and Chief Information Officer for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, has exemplified remarkable leadership in the information technology industry for over 30 years. Lachelle Vaughn served as the chairman of the Utility Technology Association from 2020 to 2021, showcasing her commitment to advancing the field. Whereas Lachelle Vaughn is a lifelong member of esteemed organizations, including the NAACP, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Girl Scouts of the USA, and Jack and Jill of America, demonstrating her devotion to community service and mentorship. Whereas Lachelle Vaughn's involvement in Girls Friends of America, Memphis Rotary, Leadership Memphis, and numerous professional organizations, such as the Society of Information Management, the Institute of Electronics Engineers, the American Society for Engineering Education, and the National Association of Professional Women, reflects her unwavering commitment to personal and professional development. Whereas Lachelle Vaughn's recent recognition as one of the top 50 women leaders of Tennessee for 2023 and the Code Crew Incorporated third annual Excite Award as Chief Information Officer of the Year are a testament to her exceptional leadership and impact. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council shares in officially recognizing Lachelle Vaughn as one of the top 50 women leaders of Tennessee for the year of 2023 by Women We Admire. We applaud her outstanding contributions, her leadership, and dedication to the fields of information technology and community service given by my hand and under the great seal of the city of Memphis, the 5th day of December 2023, Jana Swearingen, Washington, Memphis City Council, District 4. We are so proud of you. Soror. So proud.
That's a humbling kind of thing. You're standing there and you're seeing who they're talking about. Chairman Jones, Vice Chairman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearinger, Washington. I can only tell you thank you. This is an honor. It is a recognition that you don't expect. And it's because when you do what you love, it's not work. And you just do it unwaveringly. I love Memphis, I love Shelby County, I love Tennessee. And so all that I can do to make her better is what I'm going to do. I do want to take this time to recognize a few people that have joined me. My husband of forever, Clinton Vaughn Jr., the Reverend Stoney Butler, of the Mount Pisgah Missionary Baptist Church, Deacon Jonathan Carmichael, who has joined as well. There might be another Clinton Vaughn in the room, or he may be still out there trying to park. That'd be my son, Clinton Vaughn III. I do want to. Where are you, honey? Come on down, Clinton. I want to take this opportunity to also recognize some other people that are here. My absolute great sisterhood of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. These ladies are unbelievable. The work that we do, the service to community, you cannot do it alone. But when you have 100,000 ladies behind you, you can move mountains. I want to take this time to also thank my distinguished colleagues of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. If the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water team could please stand. I want to thank you, one, and all of you, each of you, for one, coming to support me and for making me feel so brand new. I love you. I love all that you have done to make me who I am. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you so very much.
Congratulations,
And I so
Mrs.
moved.
Bond. That has, I have Logan on the record as seconding that. So, Madam Comptroller, will you please show that that item has been approved by acclamation? Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 2?
Item number 2 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Monroe Avenue between Riverside Drive and South 2nd Street for Attorney Ricky Wilkins, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to read into the record this resolution. Whereas when worthy circumstances arise, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to name certain public roads to honor citizens who have served this community. Whereas a lifelong learner and pursuer of knowledge, Attorney Ricky E. Wilkins graduated from George Washington Carver High School and earned his bachelor's degree in 1987 from Howard University in Washington, D.C., and his Juris Doctorate degree in 1990 from Vanderbilt Law School in Nashville, Tennessee. And whereas Ricky E. Wilkins, a champion of civil rights, was an instrumental figure in the Memphis legal community, becoming the first Black partner at Birch, Porter, and Johnson before founding the law offices of Ricky Wilkins. And whereas his commitment to leadership and service was on full display as he served in various capacities, including president of the Memphis Bar Association, a leader in the Ben F. Jones chapter of the National Bar Association, president of the Tennessee Bar Association's Young Lawyers Division from 1999 to 2000, and was named the Tennessee Bar Association YLD Fellow. And whereas outside of his private practice, Ricky E. Wilkins made many civic contributions as he was a devoted member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated and Sigma Pi Phi Fraternity. He was appointed to the Memphis Housing Authority by former Mayor Willie W. Harrington and was chosen to represent the city of Memphis as an attorney on several occasions. Whereas having earned notoriety as a lawyer amongst the legal profession and the city of Memphis in 2014, Ricky E. Wilkins sought to use his experience and wisdom in the political realm by running for the Democratic candidate to represent the 9th Congressional District of Tennessee in the United States House of Representatives, and by creating MemPower, a political action committee that focused on assisting Black Memphians in channeling political power. And whereas our city is fortunate to celebrate Ricky E. Wilkins' tireless work on behalf and for the betterment of the city of Memphis with the support of 2 wonderful daughters, Reagan and Riley, and whereas the Memphis City Council gratefully records and extends its sincere appreciation to Ricky E. Wilkins for his faithful and excellent service rendered to our city as an exemplary citizen worthy of this city's highest recognition and commendation. Now, therefore, be resolved that Monroe Avenue between Riverside Drive and South 2nd Street be declared Attorney Ricky E. Wilkins Avenue in honor of his exemplary contributions to the city of Memphis. Be it further resolved that the city engineers requested to affix suitable signs dedicating this public road, and I so move, Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, could you show the item approved by acclamation?
Thank you, and I would just request that engineering will hope to have the ceremony around the time of his birthday. I know I won't be on the council at that time,
but you'll be here.
Around February 20th is his birthday, so I'm thinking about that. I would hope that engineer could have something prepared for around that weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 3?
Item number 3 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6.
Hold up. Hold on, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Canale.
Hey, can we move that item to more towards the heel of the meeting, please?
Okay, so he's moving item number 3 to the heel of the meeting.
Okay. So item number 4 will be moved to the heel of the meeting. Item number 3 will be moved to the heel of our meeting. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 4?
Item number 4 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a planned development at the subject property located at 2000 Sycamore View Road. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 23-18.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Chair, committee met on this item, and it did receive a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Okay. Item number 4 has been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
District votes for this item. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 5?
Item number 5 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a planned development at the subject property located at 7689 U.S. Highway 64. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is PD 23-19.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. This item was discussed in committee, and it did receive a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Okay. Okay, that item has been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 6?
Item number 6 is a resolution approving the closure of a 16.5-foot alley between 130 Keel Avenue and 707 North 2nd Street. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SAC 23-02.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chairman, committee met and discussed this particular item, and it did receive a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Okay, looks like we have item number 5 still up on the screen as opposed to.
I have 6.
Okay. Yeah, so item number 5 has been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Canali. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 7?
Item number 7 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at 100 North Main Street. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is SUP 23-23.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chair, committee met, and this item received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Okay. That item has been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 8?
Item number 8 is a zoning ordinance, amending ordinance number 5367 of Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010 as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, to authorize a zoning use district reclassification for land located on 1106 Colonial Road by taking the land out of the residential single-family use district and including it in the residential single-family use district. Up for third and final reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z23-09, ordinance number 5889.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chair, committee met on this particular item. It did receive a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Okay, that item has been moved electronically, please, by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Comptroller, will you please call our consent agenda?
That would take us to item number 9, an ordinance to establish the City Council meeting dates for 2024 is up for second reading. The ordinance number is 5891. Item number 10 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5892 is sponsored by Chairman Jones. Item number 11 is also up for second reading. Ordinance number 5893 is sponsored by Chairman Jones. And on our add-ons, we have item number 49 up for first reading, ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-19 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis to create health benefits for elected officials. Up for first reading, ordinance number 5895 is sponsored by Chairman Jones. And there's a request for same night minutes.
Okay. Our consent agenda item has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Mr. Chairman, I need to amend my consent agenda
Okay.
to include one item
Yes.
for the record. I need to read a zoning ordinance. It is ordinance number 5894. It's an ordinance amending ordinance number 5367 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Memphis, Tennessee, adopted on August 10th, 2010 as amended, known as the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, to authorize a zoning use district reclassification for land located on 5516 Rains Road by taking the land out of the residential single family use district and including it in the employment use district. Up for first reading, this ordinance is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. The case number is Z23-12, ordinance number 5894. And if the council will bear with me, I have a few more items to include with your consent agenda vote. Item number 13 is up for second reading, is case number Z23-13, ordinance number 5890. We have two notations from DPD. The Land Use Control Board recommended that the following cases have a date of public hearing. The A case is SAC 23-04, Lafayette Street Alley closure. The suggested date of public hearing is our next council meeting, December 19th, 2023. We have a B case, case number SAC 23-05, Lombardi Road Street Alley closure, and that suggested date is also our next council meeting. I'd like to include our engineering division items with your vote for the consent agenda. Item number 15 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Aviation Facilities PD, re-recording of phases 2, 4, and 5, UPS Oak Haven Hub, contract number 5332, and releasing the bond. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 16 is a resolution accepting public improvements for Aloft Hotel, contract number CR 5385, and releasing the bond, and there's a request for same night minutes. And I promise our final item on the consent agenda is number 17, a resolution accepting public improvements for Polo Grounds North PD Topgolf 3450 South Germantown Road, contract number 5424, and also release the bond, and there's a request for same night minutes. Mr. Chairman, my apologies. That's your total consent agenda.
Okay, so colleagues, you are voting on the full consent agenda as was just read, and including the additions. So the voting screens are ready for your vote, colleagues.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. I have a comment card, but this was for an item that was for second reading, and so we don't have public comment cards in general for those items, but we can have public comments on that item when it is up for third and final reading. Madam Comptroller, will you please call our fiscal consent agenda?
Item number 18 is a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $1,295,956 from Department of Homeland Security FEMA for Tennessee Task Force 1 Readiness Cooperative Agreement. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Fire Services. There is a request for same night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution to accept grant funds in the amount of $31,314 from Shelby County Sheriff's Office through the Office of National Drug Control Policy. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by Police Services. There's also requests for same night minutes. Mr. Chairman, that does conclude our fiscal consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Colleagues, our fiscal consent agenda has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call our MLG&W fiscal consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That will take us to item number 20, a resolution approving change number 13 to contract number 11070, utility meter data application with Automated Energy Incorporated, AIE, in the funded amount of $220,000. Item number 21 is a resolution awarding contract number 12470, professional services ISIT to VACO in the funded amount of $1,917,495. Item number 22 is a resolution awarding contract number 12469, professional services ISIT to Tech Systems in the funded amount of $1,959,868.40. Item number 23 is a resolution awarding contract number 12468, professional services ISIT to Strategics Technology, Inc., in the funded amount of $2,106,700. Item number 24 is a resolution awarding contract number 12467, professional services ISIT to Nextech in the funded amount of $1,812,231.20. Item number 25 is a resolution awarding contract number 12466, professional services ISIT to CTD Staffing in the funded amount of $2,225,490. Item number 26 is a resolution awarding contract number 12465, professional services ISIT to Cook Systems in the funded amount of $2,252,440. Item number 27 is a resolution awarding contract number 12433, professional services ISIT to One Link Technology, LLC, in the funded amount of $1,910,918. Item number 28 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12151, line clearance minor with ABC Professional Tree Services, Incorporated, to ratify the approval of invoice payments based on agreed-upon emergency rates in the funded amount of $2,148,556.23. Item number 29 is a resolution awarding contract number 12446, environmental abatement services to Northwest Contracting Services, Incorporated, in the funded not to exceed amount of $5,500,000. Item number 30 is a resolution awarding contract number 12407, environmental abatement services to General Construction Services in the funded not to exceed amount of $1,500,000. Item number 31 is a resolution approving the ratification of increase in the amount of $4,856 for purchase order number 7044531 to Prime Controls LP for distributed process control panels to cover additional price increases. Item number 32 is a resolution awarding contract number 12408, environmental consulting services to BH&M Environmental Consultants, Incorporated, in the funded not to exceed amount of $11 million. Number 33 is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Engineered Ceiling Components, LLC, for Arm Apticon dead ends 96 inches in the amount of $701,710. Item number 34, our final item, is a resolution approving the ratification of purchase order number 704713 to Dejana Truck and Utility Equipment Company, LLC, for single reel cable puller trailer in the amount of $306,000. $70,010. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan. Oh, you good? Okay. Okay, so seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? However, I do have a question for MLG&W, and it's going to relate to item number 28, which is the ABC Professional Tree Services. And then I would also just like an explanation of item number 32, the Environmental Consulting Services contract for $11 million.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main, President and CEO of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. With respect to ABC, that is a payment for emergency services during our spring storms. That we needed your authorization because that exceeded the amount that we had allotted there. So we needed to have that authorization. ABC is a local minority company that does services for us. They were on contract to do emergency line clearance. And so this payment is so that they could be reimbursed for the work that they did in the restoration of the storms.
Gotcha, okay.
They are also one of our current contractors.
Chief McGowan, will any of that be? Sorry, thank you. Will any of that be reimbursed? The spring storms, are those reimbursable eventually back to us as well?
I have to look at that specific storm for what we're being reimbursed, but in the last 2 years, we spent $87 million in tree trimming and storm restoration. Of the declared federal emergencies, about 35 million of that was eligible for reimbursement, and so we expect to receive about $27 million of reimbursement out of the 85 that we've spent. I'll check on this one. Do we know if this one's reimbursable at all? Okay, so this is in the process of being claimed with FEMA.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
And I'll let Mr. Weaver talk about the environmental. This is a broad-ranging environmental contract.
Okay, but I think before that,
I'm sorry.
Ms. Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a question. What's happening out there in Hickory Hill with the lights being off?
You're talking about the street lights, ma'am?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so there is approximately, as you all know, we reported this in the spring, even before we began doing the conversion, we have typically about 1,600 out of the 109,000 lights that are off. We remain at about that number even though we've converted them. The issue with the LEDs is that there are several, when you put the LEDs in, number one, they're voltage sensitive, so if the voltage is off, they will not illuminate, which means our team has to go in and redo the lines. Also, if they are flashing, that means they're sensing a change in the voltage, and our team has to go out there and replace the lines. So they may have, and I'm not sure if these are ones that we have replaced already or in the process of replacing, but we've identified just about 1,500 of the 69,000 that have a voltage issue or a power issue underground that need to be corrected. We anticipate getting the majority of that corrected by the end of the year, consistent with our
They were
conversion.
reporting that it was this started back in October.
I don't know specifically without looking at that street if that's when they converted it, or the other issue that I've mentioned to you in the past is that as contractors work in the right of way, and this is happening in every city that we serve, they are severing the power lines underground as they do the horizontal boring.
But since October,
and so we'll get a report of an entire string of lights that are out, and then we have to go find it and fix it.
yeah, but this is a street. They even have the, I think, Channel 13 out there complaining about it. But it would seem to me that if you have a segment that long of a street and that many lights out, you just deal with that, because some of us have lights. It may not be the new lights, but we have some lights. So you look like you would go address those lights when you have such a large area that's out, rather than waiting.
We're not waiting. We have identified all the ones that have a string out, and our team is out there correcting those. So we asked our team to identify every one that's a string that's out and prioritize those for repair.
Okay, I'll send you that street to make sure.
If you could please send me the street, we'll get on it. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Weaver could talk about the remediation.
Oh, okay.
Your question, sir.
Just, if you could just expound on the scope of work that is included in item number 32 in environmental consulting services to BH&M Environmental Consultants.
Gladly. From time to time, as we do our work within various facilities, we run across situations where we need to first determine if there's an environmental issue with either the paint or the tile or any type of material that is there, transformers, capacitor banks, anything that we have to dispose of. Then we have a consultant that helps us with that, determining what needs to be done, how it needs to be handled, and what's the proper disposition of it.
Okay, so with this one, are they looking at multiple facilities? Is this all of
every facility that we have?
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I give you one example of how this plays out, and it's difficult to predict. One is we had a transformer during a storm out in Shelby Forest. The pole fell and the transformer landed in a gentleman's pond. He had prize fish in the pond, so we had to figure out how to contain the fluid in the transformer, how to clean his pond, how to remediate his pond, and how to dispose of the soil at the bottom of the pond and all the water. So there's all these one-off, and what to do with the fish also. So there's everything from that to lead paint remediation to in our water pumping stations that has to come off the wall. So there's a wide variety of environmental issues that have to be addressed in the work that we do. And so this contract allows them to quickly pivot and correct things for us as we are doing that work. And it's almost everything that we do needs some kind of environmental remediation.
Okay, and is this a multi-year contract, or is it just for 1 year?
Let me ask for BH&M. It's a one-year contract.
1 year. Okay.
And I think our overall amount of remediation we do in a year is about $19 million. About $19 million of remediation work during any 1 year.
Okay, thank you. So I have Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
I had a question. I remember when you were talking about when y'all came to talk about streetlights before with All World. It was All World and the new contractor and
Ubiquia.
I'm sorry.
It's Ubiquia and
Yes,
All World
yes,
and
yes, yes, yes.
Amoresco.
And so in discussing about the lights that are out, I know the new company was going to be putting in the new lights and All World or MLGNW was going to be repairing or answering requests for streetlight repairs of lights that were out.
Yes.
Where are we? How is it working now? Because I hear you say, are these two different things? Because now lights are out, not the ones that you're putting in new ones and they don't have enough power, but some of the lights that just go out.
Yes, so it's the division of work is that Amoresco is our contractor and Ubiquia is the subcontractor doing the lighting management system. They have about just under 10,000 left to go this month, and they'll complete that transition of all the luminaires to LED streetlights. In the meantime, our team is doing two things. Number one, knockdowns, burnouts, or lines of lights that are out. Our streetlight team is repairing those, and as I said, we have about 1,500 out of 109,000 to repair. So we are still doing that division of labor. As we get to the end of all the transition, I have asked our team to bring some additional resources on to make sure that if I have streetlights that are out because of lack of power, knockdowns, and LEDs that are still out of tolerance, that I have more people to address that. Our goal was to be substantially complete by the end of the year. We will. I anticipate we'll have fewer streetlights out by the end of the year than we had going into this before the transition, but it is always a work in progress. That's the division of labor today, but I've asked for some more help as we get to the end of the year to knock out the rest of the ones that are out.
So is All World still a part of the contract?
All World is part of, they do the data side of the dashboard and the controls of the lights, the GIS information to help us to match the light with the software system. So yes, they are still part of the team that is informing the streetlight project.
I like to get just a report of the ones that are out in my district.
Okay, can you say that again? I'm having trouble hearing.
I like to get a report on the ones that are out in my district.
Okay, sure, we can do that. We can provide it by council district and provide it to everybody.
Okay,
sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't have any other council members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the screens to vote on our MLGNW fiscal consent agenda?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 45?
Item number 45 on our add-ons is a resolution accepting a grant in the amount of $4,750,000 from TDEC deployment of ARP Fiscal Recovery Fund dollars supporting wastewater projects, Districts 1, 2, and 3, Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes.
Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee may recommend approval. I so move. Electronic.
That item has been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 47?
Item number 47 is a resolution authorizing final payment of the FY 2024 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY 2024 tax equivalent payment to taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee. This resolution is sponsored by the MLGW Committee, and there's a request for same-night minutes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson. Oh, okay. Councilman Morgan, since you were filling in today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Okay, that item has been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. I have one card from Pamela Moses. Ms. Moses, name and address for the record.
Okay, Pamela Moses, 2383 Jackson. I just wanted to say that I am sick of this city council making up the rules as y'all convene. Every time I come in here, there's a request for same night minutes. You are abusing that process, and I wanted to say that. Anything dealing with MLG&W resolutions, ordinance, or whatever, the public and the city has a right to know. So you don't have a right to come in here and just say, we're gonna add this on the agenda, and then we're gonna request for same night minutes. It's a disservice to the taxpayers. And I just wanted to say that. I got another card in on the rate increase. I will speak on that, but I feel like you're abusing this process, and this is a warning. If you continue to put things on the agenda without giving the citizens and the taxpayers adequate notice, as the city charter says that you have to, Mr. Wade, if you continue to advise them illegally, I will be seeking an injunction against this entire board. This is a warning. Stop putting things on the agenda without giving the public adequate notice, and stop requesting same night minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilman Carlisle and Vice Chair Smiley in the queue.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize council's attorney to address same night minutes and its legal proceedings.
I just wanted to say simply, I'm your Huckleberry.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Listen, I think it is a public service for us to always receive over $40 million to our treasury to help our taxpayers. I beg your pardon. This is not spending money, but receiving desperately needed money in our coffers. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair Smiley.
And thank you for that, Attorney Wade. I also want to address Ms. Moses. I think the council shares your concern about a request for same-night minutes. I think it's been the practice of this body, at least for the last year, to push back when we receive requests for the same-night minutes. If you notice, pay attention to the agenda as it is now compared to the agenda back in 2020, you will see a noticeable difference as it relates to a limited number of same-night minutes, because your concern, and I don't think you will find this hard to believe, your concern is identical to the concern expressed by Councilman Carlisle and myself. So if you look at the previous agenda for the committee meeting, specifically as it relates to my committee, you saw one request for a same-night minutes, and it was to receive money from an institution to go into our general coffers. But we understand your concern, and it's not necessarily the council requesting requests for same-night minutes. It may be the administration or MLGW requesting for same-night minutes. And once we receive those requests, each committee chairperson takes a look at it to determine if there's any urgency. But there's a significant decrease in the amount of same-night minutes that have transpired between 2020 to now. So we share your concerns, and thank you for that comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smiley. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 48? Wait, yeah, we didn't vote on item number 47. So item number 47, we had to come in. Yeah.
We almost,
Indeed.
Get us together.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 48?
Item number 48 is a resolution authorizing final payment of the FY 2024 tax equivalent payment from Memphis Light Gas and Water Division's gas system and total distribution of the FY 24 tax equivalent payment for taxing jurisdictions in Shelby County, Tennessee, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by MLGW Committee, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee met, recommends approval, and I so move.
Okay, that item has been moved by Councilman Morgan, seconded by Councilman Warren. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Mr. Chairman, again, I need to
okay.
I need to ask you to indulge me. Item number 48 should be electric. Is that correct?
Correct.
Vice Chair Smiley? Item number 48
Okay.
is, I said gas twice. It's the same caption, but item number 48 is tax equivalent payment relative to electricity. If you would like to continue to vote, we will correct the records.
Okay, so just to clarify, colleagues, we are voting on item number 48, and 48 is for the tax equivalent payment for the electric division. The previous one was for the gas division.
I've got a move by Morgan and second by Warren.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may cast your votes. Your screen is off. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Pardon me? Oh, Colvette, thank you. Colvette has attended the meeting now. Warren, yes, and Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 3? Item number 3. Thanks, sir.
Item number 3 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a planned development at the subject property located at 8851 Rocky Point Road. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from November 21st. The case number is PD 23-14.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Chair, committee met and we did not come up with a recommendation. We sent it down without a recommendation. There were some conditions that had to be worked out, and I think Councilman Covette has those conditions and he would like to discuss them with you, but I so move it.
Okay,
in the meantime.
that item has been moved and seconded, moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Robinson. Councilman Covette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My screen's still being worked on. Colleagues, go ahead. Colleagues, we had a great meeting. I want to thank the applicant, Mr. Artis, and David Bray. I want to thank Lou Wardlaw, Charlie, and Kathy Winfield for getting together. Colleagues, we've come up with, I think, a great alternative to where there are no entries across the street from Cordova Middle School. There are basically 2 entries off Sanga. I believe engineering and DPD have gotten to agreement. Do I understand that from both applicant and opposition that we are in agreement? I got a thumbs up, so therefore, and that has been given to DPD, correct?
That's correct.
So that's what will go in the record, correct?
Yes, Brett Ragsdale, Division of Planning Development, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then we need to make no amendments. We are good to go.
Okay, I have a comment card from Lou Wardlaw.
And if I may, Councilman Covette, we did have 2 additional conditions that I'm not sure if you're aware of that we discussed earlier. So you should have a copy there that was handed out, but I can give you mine. I just want to make sure that these do get read into the.
Close enough.
And they're in red, so. Thank you.
Are both sides okay to these final 2 amendments in red? You are aware of them? We are good to go. Please read them into the record. We'll call it a friendly amendment without objection.
Thank you, Councilman Covette. The first condition is Roman numeral 2C, and it states, developers, engineers shall work with city engineering during the construction plan review to determine the most appropriate means of traffic control at the 2 proposed connections to Sanga Road. This may be accomplished by a dedicated turn lane, median installation, right-in, right-out restrictions, or other acceptable alternatives. And Roman numeral 2D states, no access is permitted on Rocky Hills Drive.
As amended, so moved without opposition. Opposition.
Okay. So that item has already been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Robinson, and this is as amended that we've been asked to vote on. So, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
All right, we're good.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Covette, yes. Easter Thomas, yes.
Thank you.
Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 35?
Back to 35.
Mr. Chairman, item 35 will take us to our regular agenda. A referendum ordinance to amend pursuant to Article 9, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee Home Rule Amendment, provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended, relative to partisan elections for the offices of the mayor and city council members, and to repeal all provisions of the city's charter inconsistent with this amendment. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5883 is sponsored by Chairman Jones. It was held from November 21st.
Thank you. I so move, colleagues. I'm not going to belabor the point on this. Part of the hold was to see what the results were from the most recent runoff. and I still will offer this for our consideration, is going back to 2015, the District 2 general election had 15,000 people to vote in it, but the runoff only resulted in 3,186, so that's a drop-off of 79%. For the District 3 runoff in 2015, 11,000 people voted in the general, 1,900 voted in the runoff. That's an 83% drop-off. In District 5, the general election had 19,375. Runoff had 6,626. That's a 66% drop-off. District 4 that year, 9,700 in the general, 1,494 in the runoff, 85% drop-off. In District 7, the general, 7,976, the runoff, 1,905, a 76% drop-off. Now, we move fast forward to 2019, where we had 2 runoffs. In District 1, there were 9,700 people to vote in the general, 1,800 to vote in the runoff, 81% drop-off. District 7, we had 9,700 people to vote in the general, 2,700 to vote in the runoff, 72. So then if we look at the most recent results, District 2 runoff, the general had 14,094 people to vote. The runoff resulted in 3,448, so that's a 75.5% drop-off. District 3, the general had 9,490. The runoff had 1,548, so that's an 84% drop-off. And then District 7 had 8,722 in the general, and then the runoff, 1,470. So if we look at it all together, we probably have results where from the difference from a general to a runoff is over a 77% drop-off in the number of people that cast their votes. So that's why I would support that's why I advocate for the partisan election versus. I didn't understand that. Thank you. and so it's for that difference that I propose the partisan election versus the runoff elections. And I so move. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for our esteemed attorney. Another question. We didn't discuss this yet. Okay, my question is, if you have this item on the ballot along with the item with 50 plus 1, how do you win one or the other? Or if both of them win, yes, how is that going to be listed on the ballot?
You mean in what order? I think they would both be on the ballot. Now, the question is, what's the legal impact if both pass?
Yeah, is there a way to adjust the volume on the mics?
It's on. It's on, it's on, it's on.
Okay, that's better. There we go.
Okay. The question, I mean, if they both pass this body, they will be on the ballot. The question is probably more to if they both pass at the election, what is the impact? Do they cancel each other out, or will someone need to make a determination which has precedent over the other?
What was the last part, Mr. Wade? You faded out there.
Which would have precedent over the other. One is requiring, if you do partisan elections, you have pretty much eliminated runoffs. But if you pass a referendum that requires 50 plus 1 in a general, then you're going to have a runoff if you don't. So that's the question is, how do you reconcile the two referenda when they may conflict?
May I continue?
Councilwoman Johnson.
So we would list both of them on the ballot, correct?
That's correct.
And we'll have a yes, no answer for each one.
That is correct.
That's the only way it could be posted. Is it like choose one or the other?
Nope.
You could choose them both.
Both of them will be on the ballot, correct, Mr.? And if both of them passes, but.
And the only time it would resolve itself is if one passes and one doesn't.
Okay.
Now, if you don't, then 50 plus 1 presumes that you will have a runoff. And if that's the case, in order to reconcile the two, we would probably have to go to court to resolve it.
But that's just for the runoff part of it, not the, so let's just say hypothetically, just the partisan passes.
Right.
We do not have to go back across the street to federal court, do we?
Yes.
I hadn't thought through that one that far.
But, and I asked that question. I asked that question, Mr. Wade, because there was nothing in the consent decree that prohibited partisan election. It did not address it at all.
No, it didn't.
So without it, with it being absent from that consent decree, then there's a basis to say that we have no reason to go back over there to have that consent decree modified in any way.
I believe your point is that you probably would prevail if that argument is persuasive, but I don't believe I would advise you to ignore the federal court decree. I think you have to go and have it removed, period. And then you might go and say, look, it's moot at this point because we've adopted that. But I don't think you can just automatically ignore it because it's there. And so I think it's just like when two people get divorced and then they start Mickey Mousing around with child support on their own. You can't do that because the court has prescribed what it is. And so you have to go and basically get it removed. I don't think it avoids the court. I think you have a better argument.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to call the question.
Right when you did that, well, you withdraw? Okay. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item and the question has been called, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Canali, no. Carlisle, no. Colvette, no. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, no. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, no. Warren, no. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item fails. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 36?
Item number 36 is a referendum ordinance to amend pursuant to Article 9, Section 9 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee, Home Rule Amendment, provisions of the Charter of the City of Memphis, the same being Chapter 11 of the Acts of 1879 as amended, relative to application of City Charter Referendum Ordinance Number 1794 to city municipal elections. Up for third and final reading, ordinance number 5884 is sponsored by council members Smiley, Johnson, Logan, and Warren. It was held from November 21st.
Thank you.
So can I get somebody?
I moved it.
Has been moved by Vice Chair Smiley. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman. Seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I want y'all to chime in on my thoughts. Chime in.
Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. All right, so these referendum ordinances have been before this body for quite some time. Hopefully, to give each council member an opportunity to think through various provisions. And I'm gonna make you think a little bit more today. My bad. Considering, how these elections took place and turnout, I think it would behoove us to make a slight amendment to referendum ordinance, this referendum ordinance. And I think what I would love to hear you all's feedback on, I'm not making a motion, I just want to hear your thoughts on it, is plurality for all of the council races and 50+1 for the mayor's race. I want to talk about it. Let's talk. Y'all don't want to talk with me today?
So,
hold on. I'm not ready to make a motion yet. Hold on. All right. I'm putting it on the floor. Do I have to make a motion? Okay.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just
I
go ahead and make a
wasn't
motion.
there yet, but I've been instructed that I need to do that. So I move that we amend referendum ordinance to allow plurality in all of the council races and a majority in the mayor's race, which is 50 plus 1. And that's a motion. I want conversation, dialogue.
So I have Councilman Carlisle and Johnson, but
as to the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
For the question, though, just to clarify, this in essence would eliminate runoffs for the single member districts. Okay?
On par with super members.
It will eliminate runoffs for single member districts, correct?
Yes, and we've been asked to make sure we speak louder because these mics aren't doing what they're supposed to do today. So could we speak a little louder so that everyone can hear us? Because Chief McGowan was saying he can't hear anything.
It's those jet engines.
Well, President McGowan, I'm sorry. His title, I don't know anymore.
Is there something wrong with the audio?
They're not hearing us.
It's just not as loud as it
It's
normally
not loud
is,
as
but
it normally is.
Yeah.
And people are struggling to hear us. Is that better? Much better. Wow.
Can we not?
So I'm going to repeat what I said previously in the motion to make sure that everyone heard the motion, and hopefully we have an opportunity to have some discussion here. So I'm going to move that we amend this referendum ordinance to allow for plurality in all of these council races. And as it relates to the mayoral race, we will have a majority, which is 50 plus 1. 50% plus 1, if there is any confusion by what we mean by 50 plus 1. And I've already moved it, and there's multiple people in the queue. So Chairman Jones, with that, I would love to hear some.
But I still
dialogue.
want to, so let's take out the terms that we are eliminating the runoff. So
plain English, yes, sir.
Yes, so that's
in
the
single member races.
In the single member race, we don't have it for super districts, but we're putting everybody on a
level
on an even scale,
Except for the
even playing field. For council races, 1 through 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 9, 1, 2, 3. Whoever wins the general, that's it. Then, from a majority standpoint, we will have a runoff for mayors.
Yes.
Okay. So we have councilpersons Carlisle, Johnson, and Easter Thomas.
Thank you. Chief McGowan, can you hear me? Those F-18s blow out your ears? Thank goodness we added, or may add, an extra $1 million to the City Hall major mod line for new microphones and speakers and perhaps a new projection screen. Yeah, this one actually legitimately has been something that has been discussed forever because there isn't a great solution with voter apathy. And the real problem is voter apathy, but if you talk to anybody that works in legitimately in the political world, you can spend millions and millions and millions have been spent to try and do voter education and get out the vote campaigns. And unfortunately, they really aren't super effective unless there is a contested open race or a hot button referendum item. I mean, you just see it all over the country. So there really isn't necessarily a great choice when you look at this. And so, it's like, what are the pros and cons for plurality for council races? It puts everybody for the council on even footing. It eliminates low turnout in the runoff, which is what really occurred last time. I think Chairman Jones read out the numbers, but it was abysmal. You had 1% of registered voters voting in 2 and even less than in 7 and 3. And so then you go back and say, well, why is the mayor different? Well, you don't have 17 people in the race, and ultimately it really was 4 people, maybe 5 tops. And so perhaps those 75% that didn't vote for Mayor Young would have shifted around, and perhaps you'd either have Mayor Young or a different mayor, right? You know there's going to be drop-off. And then you ask yourself, well, if the mayor's race is in a runoff, will that lead to a higher voter turnout in a council race runoff? And theoretically, I think the answer is it's likely it would. The issue you run into is if you have a popular incumbent mayor down the road, whether it's Mayor-elect Young or somebody in the future, and they're running for reelection without any real challenger, and you have runoffs in the council races, you may end up with the same problem that exists today. And so I don't know that there's a great option. I think that this may be a way to at least thread the needle. It's one of those things where no matter what, I hope we leave it on the minutes. And if anybody has something in the next 2 weeks that works better, that they bring it. I'm honestly open to putting up 2 questions, as confusing as it might be, but I will go with the will of the body, where you basically say everybody's a runoff or everyone's plurality, but I'm happy to take this hybrid version. And here's the deal. People may get to the ballot box and say, I like it the way it is, and so be it. But I really do get the problem. Like, you look at Michaelin's race and you look at, she won both the runoff and she won the general by near the same percentages, right? I mean, but the hard voter data was much smaller, like the gross number of voters. But on the flip side, you look at Councilwoman-elect Green's race, and she lost the general by a couple thousand votes, and they were the highest runoff, but won in her runoff race. So I don't know that there's a good answer for the problem of voter apathy. I know that that's really what we're trying to solve for. So I'm curious to hear what everybody else says. I guess I just added to what I've been struggling with, of like how you try and deal with voter apathy at the end of the day. And to be frank, for all of us, I know that we de-annexed some areas, but I was really dismayed and shocked that in an open mayor's race, in an environment where citizens have made it abundantly clear to us they're unhappy with crime and solid waste and other issues, that we only had 88,000 people show up to vote out of a registered 320 plus thousand registered voters. Like, that's no way for a city to be governed well. But I can't fix that problem necessarily. So I think we're trying to figure out how do we bring the system to what we've got to work with, and trying to figure out how to get more voters out to vote. So I'll be interested to see what my colleagues have. I'm happy to support this. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's a hard problem. So with that, I'll yield the floor, and I'd love to hear what everybody else has to say.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
My question again goes back to our legal advisor. Are we up against any legal action as a result of taking this action? Will we have to go to court to implement it?
Are you asking, can I speak? Because I know Attorney Wade is eager to chime in. So ultimately, when we put it on the ballot, the people of Memphis ultimately have to decide what they want to do. Do they like the current structure as it relates to voting, or do they want to do something different? If the people elect to do something different, what Attorney Wade will be asked to do by this body is go before federal court and say, hey, the people of Memphis elected to take this action, and for these reasons, we're asking the federal court to lift its injunction as related to this. I don't envision, I hate to speak for Attorney Wade because no one can do that, but I don't envision a scenario where the federal court says, you you brought forth an ordinance, you put it before the people decide that this is the way they want to be governed, doesn't have any disparate impact on any particular community, for them to deny our request for the injunction to be lifted. I just don't anticipate that. But Attorney Wade, feel free to add anything else.
Thank you. I think as far as the council races are concerned, there was never a requirement that we have runoffs. I think that was a political decision to have them in the single districts. I think if you remember, the lawsuit was about doing away with runoff. Doing away with runoff because they were perceived to be racially discriminatory, because at that time we had a majority Caucasian council, and quite frankly, one of the major reasons people get elected is based on name recognition, and incumbency was deemed to be perpetuating that white majority on the council when the city had turned black. So I don't see a problem with that one. The mayor's race, I think there's enough empirical data, and we would have to have an expert, but I think there's enough empirical data to show that it is, at this point in time, based on our demographics, it is probably producing a disservice rather than a service to our community not to have a runoff in that most valuable office. I mean, I think we had at one point in time at least one white candidate in the mayor's race, but most of, but for the most part, they were African American, and that's essentially what you would expect in a majority black city. So, I mean, I think you would have to go back to court to address that, because that was the major feature that was knocked down. I think Councilman Jones has made the strong case for why you wouldn't do it for council members, because runoffs are meaningless, basically. I mean, you got 1% of the people making a decision, and I think, you know, those races were very hotly contested in the general, and I think that's more significant to me in terms of the result, as opposed to a runoff where a minor population makes a decision. But I do think you would have to go back and get them both blessed, and that's. Now, I want to just make one other suggestion after we have the full debate. I got some input from Linda Phillips about the timing of a runoff, and I just want to discuss that with you, maybe to add that to your.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson, was that the conclusion of your questions?
That conclusion. I thank
Okay.
Mr. Wade for his information.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is, again, I think I asked it last time, but what's the intent of these ordinances?
So going back to the first one, it was to address the fact that we had 17 people in the race. That was the
for the
intent.
mayor's race.
For the mayor's race, right. That was the intent of that one. Now, neither of these is an anecdote to increase voter participation.
Right.
I've never talked about it as a way to address that. It was to say, you know, I'd be out in the grocery store or just anywhere during this election. Man, it's too many doggone folks in the race. I don't know. Now, it ended up being just 4. But we don't, this wasn't, to me, this wasn't addressing any of the current candidates. It's to say what's going to happen to Memphis in 2027 and 2031 on down the road, agnostic as to whom the candidates may be in this. So this was a way to narrow that field so it wouldn't be, and part of that turnout, part of the addressing the turnout was folks saying, I'm confused, there's 17 folks out there and I'm not going to vote for anybody. So, you know, that could be one of the arguments about this, but in proposing the primary, that was just a way to narrow down the field of those 17 candidates.
Okay. So yeah, that's definitely what I understood. So I just wanted to make sure, because we've been talking about a whole lot. To the motion, I'm in objection to it, mainly because so if our intention is talking about voter turnout, I don't think, yes, voter turnout is abysmal. I don't think we should be acquiescing to stay at a low standard. We should be doing our efforts at voter education and increasing voter turnout so that we can get up our voter turnout by the next city election. So we shouldn't be bringing ourselves down to a level that matches with the turnout that we think we're going to get, but doing more efforts to try to actually get folks out. If we care about that. If we don't care about that and it's something else, then there's something different. But also, if we're talking about having 50% plus one for the mayor only, money-wise, financially, we still going to end up footing the whole bill for actually even more than runoffs, because it's citywide. So we're still looking at $1 million plus, because we're always going to have those people. Everybody has the right to run, is a saying that folks say, I guess. But you're still going to have people who are going to run. So you're still going to have a whole bunch of folks running for mayor because everybody has their reasons on why they want to do it. That's why we had 17 last time. That's why we had, 10 in 2019, even with the incumbent going for a second term. So even on the financial side, if we do 50% plus one for the mayor, I mean, what's good for the goose? We can all take it. We can all take it. Either, it seems like it needs to be either none, all or none. Because if we're going to go ahead and spend the money, go ahead and make it for everyone. Because we're all going to be footing the bill for it anyway. So that's the main reason why I don't support the motion for that. And then also coming from a perspective of somebody who did the runoff twice. Yep. For example, I wouldn't have been here in 2020 if it wasn't for the runoff. Yep. With 9 people in the race. And then also even getting the plurality in this last one with 7 people in the race, it still was, it still was that effort. However, yes, it was more people in the mayor's race, but we had to spend the money anyway. Folks had to come out anyway. And voter education and trying to, increase voter turnout in the midst of apathy was a part of it too. So if we're talking about go ahead and having it for the mayor and still spending over $1 million, go ahead and do it for all 13 council members or just leave it to whoever's going to get it. And then when we talk about name recognition in the city and how a lot of times, most times, people are elected based on name recognition, that also runoff gives the opportunity for a non-politically aligned person to be able to penetrate that space in that election to try to get elected as well. So there are a bunch of different reasons, but as for the motion, the main reason I guess that may resonate with everyone is the financial. If you're gonna spend the money, you might as well put everybody back on there if you're gonna try to spend the money anyway. Because you're talking about every precinct, you gotta open every precinct
for the mayor. Yep.
for election day. Now in early voting, Linda, how many do we have? 2 or 3 voter. No, it was 2. What? 2 early voting locations for the runoff for each district. 2. So you can't do that for the mayors. So you talking 2 million plus, because you got to open more early voting locations in all the precincts for election day. So we're gonna spend the money anyway. You might as well put us all on there. Put everybody on there. For runoff is good for me. Twice, it's good enough for everybody. Y'all can do it. Everybody can do it.
Yeah. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to say, gosh, I am in agreement with Michael tonight until her last couple sentences, and then I said, uh-oh. But I think you're right in that I think the reason that we have this system is it allowed minorities to get elected. And now the minorities in this city look like me, okay? And I think it's okay. It gives a chance that we may get our first Latinx person if it's a plurality in every district. And I agree with Michael, and I think the mayor should stay a plurality. There's going to be 17 people running, even if it was a partisan election, that can all run. It's just that you ended up earlier in the process and you pick one of the 17, just like we did the last time. So in my mind, it's more fair if we don't make the mayor have a runoff, because we've already seen that the citizens can figure out how to vote. We had in my opinion, we had 3 really good candidates at the very end, maybe 4, depending on your perspective, but we would have been okay. And I'm really glad, how the election came out. We got someone I like and someone I think is going to be a good mayor for us. So I think keeping this as a plurality and making the mayor a plurality also makes more sense. So I don't know if you can amend the motion to only have all the council districts a plurality, but I'd like to make an amendment to the amendment that we make the mayor a plurality also. But I need a second, I think.
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So there was a motion made. Is there a second for it? Okay, dies for lack of a second.
I've been having a tough time with that today.
It's nothing easy about it.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the motion. Gives us the opportunity to discuss. One thing that I do want to talk about first and foremost is maybe we can look at, now that the other motion didn't pass, we're here now. So I think we need to really do some hard and fast looking on how we do voter engagement, voter education. I know, and I always go back to Memphis 3.0 and how we did community connectors and community engagers. I do think that we need to try something different, and on the front end, ongoing voter education. And when we have an election, make sure that we're putting things in place to educate the community using churches and civic groups and social club, sororities and fraternities, everybody in voter education, spending more efforts and energy as a city on that, because that's where the problem lies, basically getting people out. And, I think I like this motion because I think the people speak on the general election. They tell you what they want to do right then. And, you can continue on, but as you read, we never get where we're trying to go, on the second time. And I did a runoff. Thank God I didn't have to do it the second time. But the first time, you put everything out there. And so I think the people, they speak on the first time. So I like the fact. And then at that point, everyone can get involved and engaged on the mayor's race. So with, having the 50+1, because I think the mayor's race is all of them are important, but I do think special attention needs to be given to the mayor's race. So if we do the plurality on ours or the council or at the city level, local level, then we can, focus and concentrate on the mayor's race. But I do think that the people speak on the general. So I really appreciate that. But I do want to make certain that we, continue to talk about and find ways to get the community engaged and know the importance of voting, and I don't think it just needs to be at the time of the elections. So that's what I thank you for that. That's what
Thank you. Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very interesting and fair debate. I'm glad the conversation we're having. It's the problem is, as we discussed, the lack of voter turnout, and I'm not sure this is not aiming to be a solution towards that. And so then what is it aiming to be a solution towards? What's been the problem in the elections that we've had thus far that this would, demonstrate a needed change? And so we've got examples. We've got, these past elections, 2019, 2015. One of the problems we talk about is the low turnout for city council races. And yeah, I agree with that. In 2015, I got 6,700 votes the first go round, and then I was elected in the runoff with 3,300 votes. And those 3,300 were more valid than the 6,700 that I had before. And it's a totally different race. A city council runoff race is completely different than that first city council race. It is friends and family time. You go and get them by the collar and drag them to the polls. It's a totally different type of campaign. And I wonder what would happen if we tried to apply that to the mayor's race. And it would be a different campaign again. Look, so say you've got 15 candidates in the race, 5 of them are real, competitive, and serious. They're going to spend their bank accounts down to 0 at election day to do as best as they possibly can and try to make that runoff. And then it's going to favor the candidates who have the best fundraising infrastructure or the best already built-in name ID. They're going to have the serious advantage in the runoff, which is complete opposite of the city council, where a candidate with hustle, a candidate with connections and energy behind them can really help, organize the volunteers and get those voters to the poll on a one-by-one basis. That's not going to happen in the mayor's race. There will still be such a significant number that it's the TV advertisements, the mailers, all that is going to be a significant part of the game. And they're not going to be able to do that without a serious bankroll. And so I get concerned about that in potential influence in the race. And, if I had to wave a magic wand within the realm of what the law allows us to do, maybe it wouldn't be better off for us to eliminate all runoff races, city council, and continue to keep the mayors as the same.
Part of that.
To eliminate all runoff races, to keep the mayor's race as the same, and to eliminate it for the 7 single district council races. It's what I think it's what Councilman Warren was saying. I didn't quite get to that conclusion before the call for a second was gavelled down. But I think that might it solves the problem of the city council runoff races, where we have 1,000 people, 1,500 people showing up. And if there is a problem with the mayor's race and how it's performing now, I'd be interested to hear a council member say what they think the problem is that we've shown through our past elections, and that what we're proposing here, the 50+1, could then generate the whole new problem, which we see demonstrated with the city council races, where somebody could get 25% of the vote in the mayor's race, and that might look like 25,000 votes. And then all of a sudden in the runoff, no one shows up. They get 15,000 votes, but it's a 50+1, and those 15,000 are now more legitimate than the previous 25. We see that play out with the city council races. Why do we think that wouldn't then play out with the mayor's race in a runoff? That we'd be able to get the same numbers out if just the mayor is going to a runoff and you don't have 13 other races also pushing people to the polls. It's an open conversation. That would legitimately be my concern, where we would see that number of 88,000 people, which we already think is too small in the mayor's race, shrink to 40,000 people all of a sudden. And that plurality and that mandate that we were searching for isn't there. I think that's a significant risk of changing it to what is being proposed right now. And with that risk, I think we're trading one problem for another, and so I wouldn't be supportive of going through a whole referendum, then potentially the courts, and putting the public through a change that we would have to explain and spend a lot of oxygen on, and time and resources that ultimately might not show any benefit in our election system. So that'd be my concern. If there is a mayoral race that has demonstrated a massive problem that needs us to switch this 50+1 rather than a hypothetical mayoral race, I'd be interested to hear in that part of the argument. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Carlisle.
That was a good discussion. Maybe one of the most, clearly everybody's really trying to grind those gears around, figure out what to do. And I think everybody's had really good input. I don't know that this is as simple as this for options, but, and I'm anxious to get to our rate making body, because I know my brain is already super excited about that too. But I think we got to look at this in the practical too. The practical is that I think the problem we're trying to solve for everyone is twofold. I hear Chairman Jones, he's solving for narrowing the field so voters can do better engagement. And for me, that certainly is a plus, but for me, and maybe Councilman Smiley, I don't want to speak for him, but it's also the fact that you do have this massive drop-off in runoff elections. And so you're trying to narrow the field to make the biggest bang out of your buck. And I recognize the argument for partisans, but again, you could have many independents enter. And I'd tell you, and I don't want to get back into that argument, but sometimes primaries can be low turnout because people don't know they're going on, except for hyper partisans. And then by the general, it's kind of already decided based on how the lines are drawn. I think these are some maybe the quick options, and quick may not be the right word, but simple options is you put 2 questions forward. Because the other thing I was thinking about, again, not to get into Alan Wade's lane, but if you try to make the mayor's race 50%+1 and the council race plurality, he has to go explain that to a judge and any challengers of why that's the way we went, right? Or the citizens went, which could be a problem, may not. So I guess maybe to simplify the whole thing would be to put 2 questions forward. One is 50%+1 all the way through, and the other one's plurality all the way through. Both get voted down. Then you have your current system. Or try and figure out a way to make one question work. But it seems like everyone is kind of I guess I'll vote for it if I have to, but I'm not really sure this is the best, and we'll see what happens. Vice Chairman Smiley, I'm happy if you want to move forward with a vote tonight. I will support that and not get in the way. But 2 weeks, may benefit some other ideas, but I'll yield the floor to you or to the chairman. But this is not an easy. There's not an easy path, I don't think. But those are kind of some options I think that are practical that give people the options they're looking for.
You know,
so, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate all the comments from everyone on this issue. And, you know, I still go back to the whole premise of this. Yeah, we still need to do the voter education. I don't know how to do it. I'm thinking about you guys over the next 4 years. You have enough on your plate for regular community meetings. So who's going to do the voter education? So
you leave.
No, speaking to the mic.
Chairman.
See, but what you run is that nonprofits typically can't be political.
No, this is about voter education. It's about voting campaigns.
But I would say it's a fine line between that. So
they do it all the time. But that's something we can.
Okay. Support. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But anyways, it's just like I was saying, they did that with Memphis 3.0, had community engagement grants, and they gave them to nonprofits. They had to meet a certain criteria, and they were the ones that did the engagement in those areas, those districts. But it's just a thought. Because they have their boots on the ground, they have relationships and can do those things where we can't. Yeah. Thank you.
Where we find ourselves today, though, it would be nice for us to have a system that we want. We just have to deal with the system that we have. And I feel that, you know, I've always felt that having the super districts, not having a runoff, but the single member districts required to have a runoff, to me, that's at a two-tiered system. And so my thing was, if you do away with the runoffs, that would be you still would have a more representative turnout as far as the elections are concerned. However, you know, as we sit here right now, and I look at Councilman Warren and JB made this prediction even before the election that you have a mandate. Each one of you have a mandate. Do we want to be, and I'm looking at this as agnostically as I can. Do we want to have a system where such a small percentage of the electorate determines the leaders? But I'm saying, let's do something about it. Let's do soming about it.
All right, y'all. You know, the reason that I made the motion, I wasn't necessarily inclined to make the motion because I was ready to take a vote on that particular motion. What I wanted to see is what happened today is a lot of discussion and dialogue. And I even told Councilman Warren, I said, I think I'm agreeing with Councilman Morgan. Something's wrong today. And then I heard Issa Thomas's argument. I heard Councilman Carlisle's argument. I heard Dr. Warren's argument. I think ultimately this is what I'm going to do, and then we'll just see what happens. I'm going to withdraw the motion, and I'm going to call the question on the original item that we've all been discussing for, since the elections took place, since the beginning of the election. We're going to take a vote. I would hope we take a vote on the original question and see what happens.
Mr. Vice Chair, I was up in Cuba.
Okay. I mean, well, I can't do that. Chair has to do that.
So if you could, just clarify what the original question is. Yes.
So I'm going to read the question that will be put on the ballot. Right here, I got it. Okay. So it reads, and this is what the people of Memphis will see if we go vote, if we decide to put it on the ballot. And I think ultimately where we all are, we said, put it in the hands of the people and let the people see what they want to do. Shall the charter of the city of Memphis be amended to provide that the majority runoff provision in the city's charter, referendum ordinance number 1794, shall apply to any election for the office of mayor? And then it'd be for the amendment or against the amendment. That's what we're taking a vote on today. And let's just follow the May. Ultimately, my position is put in the hands of the people and see what the people want to do. And then it's our job to effectuate the will of the people.
Okay, and so, but the amendment was to include the council and eliminate the runoffs. Is that?
Yeah,
So
I just withdrew that because
as original. Okay.
I just withdrew that because what I saw was confusion. I saw a lot of council members asking more questions than we have time enough to discuss today. And I believe that since this the original proposal has been before this body for a few months at this point, we should just take a vote on this item.
Okay. I have Councilman Warren and Issa Thomas in the queue.
So, thank you for allowing me to speak. I think we were sort of getting consensus around the table that we were hoping we could give the voters the opportunity to eliminate runoffs and allow the others. So if we want to do that, we would have to bring another ordinance and we'd have to vote this one down.
No.
Because that way, because if we vote this one, if we vote this one up, we're giving them the opportunity to vote for a 50% rule. And I think most of us, after thinking about it today, are thinking it would be best to have all the districts and the mayor as a plurality with one large election so we don't have to do it again. So by calling the question now, then it gives us the only option we have if we don't want to have the mayor in a runoff, and that be our choice, we have to vote against this. So explain to me why my reasoning on this may be incorrect.
Because runoff provision for the office of mayor, and that runoff will be held on the third Thursday of November in that election year. Is everybody clear? Thanksgiving is the fourth Thursday. It's the fourth.
No, we're just going to vote.
So, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare item number 2, special item number 2?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm sorry, yes, 36, yes. Item 36, and 36 is amended.
Oh, yes, brother. Get it over with.
It failed, it's an ordinance. Carlisle, yes. Colbert, no. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, no.
It fails.
Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, no. Chairman Jones, yes.
Okay, Ms. Robinson, you're here. Would you like to vote on this item? Okay. This item fails.
What she say?
No, so everybody who's present who would like to vote, have you voted?
Did you vote?
Okay.
Robinson didn't vote.
It said passes.
No. We have to have 7 for a referendum or ordinance. Yeah, because it was 6. Okay. So,
We're extending debate, that's all I know. We've got a parliamentary issue.
did everybody present who wants to vote, vote? Okay.
She don't want to vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, call the vote.
Yeah.
Somebody missed.
You can't vote twice now.
No, we just
No.
You already called.
If the chair doesn't bang the gavel. Chair doesn't bang.
Right.
We're still in the middle. Mr. Chair, what's your pleasure?
Your votes are
Yes. Thank you, Madam Comptroller.
Canali, nay. Carlisle, nay. Colbert, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Give me that. Tanzania has the votes. Canali, nay. Carlisle?
Canali vote yes.
Canali? You want to take the vote again?
You're reading the wrong one.
Here is the vote on 36. My vote on 36 shows Canali, nay.
He's a yes.
Okay, we'll change that to a yes then. No, I am on 36. Here's your 36 right here.
Okay.
Take the vote again. Take the vote again.
Okay. Yeah.
Take the vote. It failed, it did.
I haven't gavelled the vote, so Madam Comptroller, will you please put the voting screen back up? Yes.
Go to the restroom. No, everybody go to the restroom. We need to recess.
Okay. Item number 36, yes.
We have a council member in the restroom at this point.
Wait. Who's in the restroom?
But if you could pull up the voting screen, we'll just have the voting screen until the council members come out. So, yeah. Okay. Ms. Stipes, can you put the voting screen back up? Okay. 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 Colleagues, the voting screen is back up. So, well, cast your vote before you leave.
Let me go get Chase. He in the restroom.
Where's Patrice?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, we will. We're going to leave it open until every council member comes back to cast their vote. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Has every council member had an opportunity to vote that wants to vote?
5, 6, 7. I know
Okay.
I can count. Barely can count.
Okay. Calling for the vote. 3, 2, 1. If Madam Comptroller, will you please call the vote on this?
There we go.
Mr. Morgan, now we have Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, no. Easter Thomas, no. Ford, yes. Johnson, no. Logan, yes. Morgan, no. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, no. And Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 37? Item number 37.
Item number 37 is a resolution approving a 5-year lease to Block Ministries, Inc. to use city-owned property located at 1720 RKS Commercial Cove in Memphis, Tennessee, 38114, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Vice Chair Smiley isn't present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, will you fill in and move item number 37? This item received a favorable recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Electronically, please. So item number 37 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Ford. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? Council members, cast your votes, please, on item number 37.
Yep.
37. Yes.
Ministries, use of commercial cove. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 38?
Item number 38 is a resolution approving the sale of city-owned property in the amount of $2,000 known as 2420 Dexter Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38108, parcel ID number 042-036-00047, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by General Services.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, it received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Thank you. Item number 38 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 41?
Item number 41 is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate federal grant funds in the amount of $82,768 for Overton Park Trail, project number PW01256, and allocate and appropriate $20,692 in GO bonds for local match. District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Public Works.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, it received a favorable recommendation, and I so moved.
Thank you. Item number 41 has been moved by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? 41, yes.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Holbert, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 42?
Item number 42 is a resolution approving the lease agreement with B&G Partnership for land situated in the Pigeon Industrial Area, term of 5 years, January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2028, with 2 years renewal options. Rent shall be $191.14 per plantable acre per year. District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilman Ford.
Thank you, Chair. Committee met recommend approval, and I so move.
Okay, item number 42 has been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the screens for voting?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen, Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 44?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 44 is a resolution to allocate $150,000 to the Driver's License Reinstatement and Diversion Amnesty Program. All council districts. This resolution is sponsored by council members Logan, Easter Thomas, and Smiley.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. You all brought this forward the last meeting, and you all had some great questions. We answered those questions, hopefully, and everybody seemed to have their questions answered. So we definitely want to move forward with providing this service to those in our community that want to do better, that have made a mistake. They've dealt with their probationary program and are wanting to turn their lives around. So we want to make sure that we're giving them that opportunity to do so. It opened doors for them to get access to jobs and greater housing, driving, and those types of things. So whatever we can do to help those who want to turn around, I think this is a great program. We did it previously and now want to do it again in 2024. And with that, I so move.
Thank you. That item has been moved by Councilwoman Logan, seconded by Vice Chair Smiley. I have 3 council members in the queue: Councilman Warren, Carlisle, and Swearingen, Washington.
Mr. Chair, could I be added as a co-sponsor, maker of the motion?
Okay. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor, but did we get, and maybe this was asked and I apologize if it was, did we get any data back from the city court clerk's office about the number of, we did?
Yes.
Can someone from your staff send me that?
Okay.
I'd really like to see it.
We will.
My second question.
Well, actually, there were 300 participants in the last time we did it. We had 150,000 last time we were able to uplift 300 participants.
Okay. And then do we know, did anybody else end up back in a suspended license situation? We can get it after. Look,
Yeah,
I just want to,
that.
I'd like to know some of that data.
Okay. All right.
The other, and then I have one question, and maybe Ms. Hyman or Mr. Wade can answer it, but this is the General Sessions Court and the City Court Clerk. My question is there anything that forbids I have no purview over the General Sessions Court, but I do over the city courts. Is there any ordinance or anything that the council can do to forbid the city court from suspending a license, or do they even have that authority when it's a financial penalty? So if I can't pay court costs, do they have the authority to suspend my license in the city courts?
They don't have the authority, but the state law suspends the license.
Okay. No. I mean,
Well,
yes, but no.
okay.
All right. I think I got some marching orders for this spring. It may take a couple of years, but it's just, anyway, we got too much stuff to deal with. That's just an outrageous thing to do to people. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Councilman Carlisle wanted to be added as a co-sponsor of that. Is there any council member that objects to being added as a co-sponsor? No. Okay. So if you would add all council members that are present as co-sponsors of this.
I'm sorry. Can I say one more thing? Think about what's happening here. So because someone couldn't afford to pay a fine, their license gets suspended so that it gets collected. And now we're still just they're having to go through all the economic headache and heartache and pain of not being able to get to where they need to go in their daily lives, whether it's the grocery store or work. And the government's still having to come back and help them financially anyway. So it seems like we could just skip a couple steps here and find a different avenue rather than punishing people for financial penalties in the court system.
Being poor.
Seems like there's a simple fix there, but I just wanted to point out the irony of what's happening here. So anyway, thank you to the sponsors.
And I'd like to add something onto that. So just imagine checking the box when you're being asked the question for car insurance. Has your license been suspended? So somebody who's had a suspended license, they're going to have to pay higher insurance costs. So part of the, the circle of this is they're going to apply for car insurance. It's going to be too expensive, and they're going to run into me or us. So, yeah. Probably so. So, Councilwoman Logan.
To Councilman Carlisle's point, there are a number of layered issues that people have to address. This is going to help a large number of them, or a good number of them, who have small amounts, small fees. But there are some, they get to the end and they think they've done everything, and then they get the bill and it's $10,000, $12,000 over commissary or some stuff that, has nothing to do with anything. So there, hopefully this will be able to help people get a start. We may not be able to help everybody, but those that are listening, this is a need in our community to help those that are dealing with this. So I appreciate, colleagues, you all, your support for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue to speak on this item, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen?
Your vote for this item. Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. At this time, I would like to recess the Memphis City Council meeting, and I would like to convene the Memphis City Council meeting is recessed. I would like to convene this body as the rate-making board for the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, will you please call the MLG&W rate-making body to order?
Oh, yes, sir. We convene recess as a rate-making board.
Okay. I would like to remind the rate-making body that we can vote this item up or down, but we are not able to make any amendments. We can vote this up or down, but we cannot make any amendments.
I move that we...
So, Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 39?
Item number 39 is a resolution to approve the 2024 increase in electric revenues of 4% to be effective with meters read on cycle 1 of the January 2024 revenue month on a non-prorated basis. The 2025 increase in electric revenues of 4% to be effective with meters read on cycle 1 of the January 2025 revenue month on a non-prorated basis, and the 2026 increase in electric revenues of 4% to be effective with meters read on cycle 1 of the January 2026 revenue month on a non-prorated basis. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the MLGW administration.
Councilwoman Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like for the MLGW administration to come forward and make a presentation on this item. The committee met and moved this item downstairs for a discussion without a recommendation, and I so move.
Electronic.
Okay, that item has been moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Warren.
Mr. Chair, will you please allow MLGW to make their presentation?
Yes, and we have comment cards here, so we, as we talked about, because this is the rate-making body, we'll have somewhat equal time between both parties here.
Okay, thank you.
Make your best argument.
Ms. McGowan.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Doug McGowan, President of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. So thank you for convening tonight. I've appreciated the dialogue that has happened during 2 regular council meetings and 1 special called committee meeting to consider the MLGW proposed rate increase as well as the budget that follows. We have provided you with a presentation that was the same that we gave to you on November 21st, so I'd like to give you just some overarching comments before we go through the presentation once again. Tonight, what I'm asking for your support on is for us to increase the rates for the electric division by 4% in each of the next successive 3 years. I will tell you that as we discussed in the committee, I believe, and our team believes, this is the necessary remedy for decades of disinvestment and failed decisions in the previous, under previous presidents, under previous councils, to adequately address the condition and maintaining it to a modern operating standard. As we had discussed at our prior meeting, in 35 years between 1985 and 2020, MLGW had 1 rate increase approved of 4.7%, and during that same period of time had 2 rate decreases. The rate of inflation during that period of time was more than 280%. When Mr. Young was here, he proposed another larger than 7%. He had 7% increase approved. That meant that this organization enjoyed 11% rate increase over 38 years. What I'm proposing tonight is that we add 12% to that for a total of 23% over 41 years. 41 years of time, that is less than 1/2 of 1%, actually 0.6% each year for 41 years. Again, I remark on the rate of inflation until today has been 286%. The decisions that were made at the time were based on affordability and keeping our rates low for our constituency, and that is a goal and objective that we all share. Even with these moderate rate increases that we are proposing, we will still be among the most affordable rates in the country with our combined 3-sector utility rate for gas, electric, and water. What this rate increase will allow us to do is pursue an aggressive strategy of improving the reliability that our constituents demand. As I mentioned to you last time, we deliver so far this year 99.92% reliability of electric power, but that's still, that 0.08% is 160 million customer minutes out during blue sky non-storm events. That's quite simply not acceptable today. When everybody demands electricity just as they would demand oxygen that they breathe, they feel it just as dramatically when the power is out. And so our aim is to get back to the standards that we would all expect. In the southeastern United States, it's 99.95. Across America, it's 99.96, and we would like to be back at the modern standard and build our system to handle the pressures of today, as well as the challenges of tomorrow. What that aggressive program looks like is continuing to reinvest in outdated infrastructure and replacing that outdated infrastructure, and then bringing our electric distribution system to a modern standard with distribution automation devices, with controllers in the system that will send us signals back and give us monitoring ability, with an advanced distribution management system, with a fault location isolation and system restoration system that will tell us where the breaks are and automatically reroute power around. The net result of all of that is that you will have fewer outages, and when outages do occur, you will have more rapid restoration. I remind everybody that since 2020, our outages have been twice as frequent and 3 times as long. All of that attributed to untended tree trimming, inadequate tree trimming, inadequate replacement of outdated infrastructure, failed investment in our system, and lack of a modern distribution system. As example, I pointed to you during the July 18th storm, should we have a modern distribution system? Instead of 155,000 customers out, we would have had 46,000 customers out, a drop of 100, that's 109,000 customers who would not have suffered an outage because of a modern distribution system. This is the system that our customers should expect in today's world. The technology we're deploying is proven. It is not new, but it is new to us. The funding level that we have had in the electric division to this point has allowed us to devolve to a run-to-fail mindset, which means that we wait until things break until we replace it. And that is not a good business practice for anybody to have reliable service. So I am today asking for you to make a bet on our citizens, to make a bet on reliability that we all count on. It's an economic development play because many of our advanced industries need reliable power. Our customers demand reliable power, and the plan that we have laid out over the next 5 years is going to dramatically improve reliability. We have started on our path. The previous rate increase that was approved in 2020, I showed you evidence that replacing underground infrastructure and some of the overhead and substation infrastructure has avoided outages. Certainly not to the point that it can outstrip the continued decay of the system, but it shows that we are moving in the right direction and that what we do is working. And yes, as I told you when I first came aboard and we rebid the tree trimming contract, I could absorb that in this year's budget. But I also told you I would come back in future years if I needed a rate increase, and I would ask you for that. My annual budget was about $20 million a year. For right-of-way clearance, it's now about $32 million a year. That's about $12 million a year more for right-of-way clearance. That has to factor in. So aggressive tree trimming, replacing outdated infrastructure, and investing in a modern distribution system is what I am asking you to support today, because it is in line with the best distribution systems of utilities across the country. If there was another way to do it, I would find it. I will tell you that today we have 65 days of cash on hand in our electric division, and with this rate increase and our aggressive level of spending and investments, we will retain between 56 and 70 days of cash on hand over the next 5 years. And I remind you that the GFOA says your target is about 90. What that means to you is that we are spending the money and putting the distribution money into the distribution system in hardware, in additional people to do the work, in additional contractors to help us do the temporary work that gets us to a modern standard. The people we are hiring will be doing permanent work, and the people that we contract with will be helping us lift us up for the short period, and then they'll be moving on their way. Our tree trimmers today are on target to complete that first year's trimming. As I committed to you, I asked them to, if they could accelerate, and they have all committed to say, 2 of the 3 have committed. I meet with the next group next week, and they've all committed to giving us more resources to get that done. I've also committed to bringing some folks on board to help us internally and add some people to our staff. So all of that is baked into the budget that is supported by this rate increase. Again, I will tell you that if there was another path forward that I could find, I would bring you a different path. But the evidence is that we have underinvested for more than 35 years or 40 years in this system. and it's time for us to make an investment on behalf of our citizenry and our customers that they deserve. And so with that, I'll stop and I'll yield the balance of my time for any other questions you may have.
Is there any council member that has a question of President McGowan? Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things just to confirm. I know we've talked about it in committee, but just to confirm for down here, we talked about the primary reason for outages are the trees. And so we talked about adding on another crew. Can you speak to that?
I absolutely can. I've spoken with Kendall Tree Service, one of our contracted partners, and Lewis Tree Service, one of our contracted partners, and they have agreed to bring additional crews so that they can get ahead. Today, they are already ahead with what they have confirmed, and they are likely 25% ahead of that with what they've cut that we just haven't confirmed. So they are out in front of the goals that we had for this year, but they have agreed that they will go faster. They are already added 4 rear property line climbing crews. So based on our request, they already added additional 4 crews to help with rear lot lines to make that go faster. The other team will come back and tell me how many more they can add. When I meet with ABC next week, I will ask them if they can also go faster so that we can get on that 3-year cutting cycle more quickly. Also, as I committed to you, I've reached out to our partners at the IBEW, Mr. Hester, and based on our discussion, I said, if you find 16 members who are fully qualified in tree trimming, that would make up 4 full crews. We will hire them as permanent staff at MLGW to help us with clearing on a day-to-day routine basis. Mr. Hester has committed to me that he will go forth and begin hiring for that, and that he will find a way to get them trained and present them to us. And when he does, we will bring them on as permanent staff. I heard that from council loud and clear. I told you what success rate we had in the past, but I told you we try again, and we are trying again. So that's my commitment to you, that we will go faster. Look, if we have the additional funding in the budget here, if we can get on that cycle faster, the cost should come down. As Mr. Jones said, the reason it's high is because we haven't cut in so many years. There's so much more to haul off. So that's my commitment to you, and we're already in process. As I said, we've already added 4 just since our conversation.
And the meters, there were people, payers having problems with their bills being really high because of the false reading on the meters. Have you all fixed that?
That is down to under 1,800 accounts now. 1,800 accounts when it had been 41,000 accounts, and we think that by the end of next week, that will be completely cleared. The bills had been about 96,000 delayed bills, and that is down under 5,000 now across those 1,800. Those 2 will be cleared. And just a reminder that on a normal month, we have about 3,000 to 4,000 exceptions where a bill shows up as that doesn't seem right. Our system kicks it back to us. We confirm it before we send it out. Once we are cleared of these backlog of bills in 2 weeks, we'll be back to systems normal, and we should be seeing many fewer frequent of those besides what's kind of the normal routine.
What will keep that from happening in the future once we have, if we vote this?
So 2 things. Number 1, fixing the actual registers that failed, which was the wrigglers that were broken, and they're out replacing those now, and then the water meter registers that were subject to water intrusion. So UPA, our contractor, is fixing the gas registers first because it's getting cold weather and we'll be using gas first, and then they'll be replacing that. So 2024 is replacing the wrigglers and the registers on the gas and water meters. Our billing department has assigned new people, and our software department, IT department, has put some fixes in place in our billing system to correct that. At the end of the day, through this whole process, we've determined that our billing system is antiquated, and we will be shopping for a new billing system. It's about 25 years old and having difficulty keeping up with today's terms, so at some point we will be shopping for a new billing system. We're looking for what's best in class right now, and that will solve many of our issues as well.
Will this increase include you all getting a new building?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, those are the questions that I have and that I've heard from my constituents as it relates to the increase. So, thank you, Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Councilwoman Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have two questions. My first question is for the benefit of the ratepayers that are listening and are here in the audience. What will this increase include? Delineate that so they'll know what you're asking for. And how will the progress be measured, and when will it be reported to the council or to the ratepayers so we'll know that in 1 year where we are, 2 years where we are, and if we're on target the third year?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. As was mentioned earlier in this year, we will continue to report on a monthly basis to City Council our progress. Unfortunately, that has been stalled this past year because several of those committee meetings were canceled and we weren't able to give those regular updates. But the format that we provided in the way forward will be expanded to include the new dimensions of additional distribution automation. The funding will go, it's about $130 million increase of another 1,100 distribution automation switches. There are also voltage regulators in the system that will be, about 450 of those will be procured and put into the system. There's a new automated distribution management system software that is included in this budget. There is automated distribution system hardware that is the controlling devices that send the signals out into the system. You all approved Spectrum, which is the purchase of the Spectrum out of 2023, but in the 2024 budget, the additional radio towers and radios that actually send the signals out are funded as a part of this. And we will continue with a regular and recurring replacement of outdated infrastructure. All of those items will be delineated by number, and our progress towards completing that goal over the next 4 to 5 years that this budget forecast will be reported to you on a monthly basis on our progress forward. In addition, we will also continue to track and report our tree trimming and how we are on our 3-year cycle, getting to our 3-year cycle, and we will report to you the most important data, which is the outcomes. Are we improving our reliability over where we have been in previous years? For the first year, because of the actions we have taken, I anticipate this year we will see the first year of actual improvement year over year compared to previous years on 2. Now, I realize we have 8 measures of reliability, but there are 2 where we might actually finish better than last year. That's a start, and it's showing that the investments that we are making are starting to work. But we will measure the outcomes. We will begin that, Madam Chair, in January, and we will be on your schedule every month for an update on our progress to you. We will also post that on our website, mlgw.com, where we have our monthly 4M forum. And this very same data will be available to the public to peruse at their leisure, and they can get in and assess the data that we put on that website.
My last question. So if we don't vote for this increase tonight and we put it off for a year, can you give us an idea of what our reliability will look like?
So you will be on the same pace of reliability that we had with the Way Forward plan that Mr. Young put into place. And you'll recall that during 5 years, that calls for replacing 60 transformers out of about 500. It calls for replacing several hundred circuit breakers out of 1,000. It calls for replacing 2,000 poles out of 105,000. So will you get improved reliability? Yes, you will. It calls for additional, we will be back somewhat limited on our tree trimming. We'll have to dial that back a bit. And so you will get additional reliability, but you will not be staying on pace for your 3-year cycle of tree trimming. You will not get any dramatic uptick in the reliability for the foreseeable future. It will be very incremental and much slower than anybody wants, particularly us and our customers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McGowan, I have a couple of questions for you. I know that MLG&W has taken a look and identified certain areas. I think there's Sherwood Forest and Orange Mountain, if I'm not mistaken.
Orange Mountain and Castalia Heights are the 2, and Sherwood Forest is in there, yes, sir.
Okay, so those 3.
Yes, sir.
So what I think would be helpful, colleagues, is if we can specifically have, because those are the areas where we're looking at distribution automation and other things to help reduce their minutes of outage, correct?
Yes, sir. We're doing that system-wide at all of our substations and throughout the system, putting distribution automation. The thing that we're doing in Orange Mound is that's a $21 million project that's funded in this budget. We are also rebuilding the distribution system there specifically. You'll recall I talked about, because it was built nearly 80 years ago, I have 13 to 15 customers on a transformer when I should have 4, and I have up to 80 customers on a single tap that goes down a street when I should have 20. So that specific project is to say, I need to break up those taps and put more taps down each street, and then I need to put more transformers so I only have 4 customers on a specific transformer. That is a specific strategy for Orange Mound, Castalia Heights, and the Sherwood Forest area that is also funded in this budget. So I have the broad strategy of distribution automation, substations, replacing underground infrastructure, and a very specific neighborhood strategy where we are starting in the areas that had the worst, by data, the worst reliability by rebuilding the distribution system and putting it to a modern distribution standard.
Okay, so what's the time frame on those areas there?
So we are underway now in Orange Mound. We have replaced many of the substation circuit breakers that serve there. We have put in about 90% of the distribution automation circuit breakers. We have completed all of the tree trimming, which is part of that in Orange Mound. So that is a progress. That is a work in progress today. For us to, the next package that you'll see in January is to issue to one of our contractors to take those taps and break them into smaller taps. So splitting a street and putting a service line down each side so there's fewer customers on a tap, and then putting new transformers on those poles so they have fewer customers on each pole. So that begins this January and throughout the year. Now we have, how many taps to do, guys? 1,000, and how many transformers? 500. So I'll get you the numbers, but we have hundreds of transformers to put in and several hundred taps to put in to make that happen. We're not doing that everywhere, just in the areas where it's not built to a modern standard. So,
okay, so where I'm trying to get at with this is for those areas where we are making those, what would seem like immediate investments, I'm trying to determine, do we have a timeline? So we may have started it, let's just say we started it in December of last year.
Sure.
Whatever that estimated day of completion is. So we have that. So, you just mentioned January, so that work may be complete by September of next year. What I think would be helpful is that, okay, well, we'll say, hey, we've made these improvements to Castalia Heights, Sherwood Forest, and Orange Mound. Then the reporting aspect of it,
absolutely,
that's what I think that is the missing part here, where you can say to us, look, before we started this, and I know I'm thinking about that red, yellow, orange customer minutes of interruption. We should be able to see those in green going forward.
Yes, sir.
So I think that for the sake of reporting and transparency, we identify, because that's the first area where we seem to have made those investments. The next storm that we have or next weather event that we have, there should be a corresponding report that basically says, because we did this in that area, the last time we had something similar, and storms can go any way that they want to, may not necessarily hit the same area, but hopefully there's some reportable data that we can say, here's what happened. The people over there in that area were out. The last time we had a major weather event, they were out this amount of time. But because of these improvements, they're only out this amount of time.
Yes, sir, and I apologize for failing to mention that. Not only will I give you the macro data of reliability, we plan and are measuring the reliability data in Orange Mound and various sections in Orange Mound, so we can report that out. And remember, what I'm talking about is, yes, storms are one thing, but just day-to-day reliability, they have far too many outages. And so that'll be part of our reliability reporting data in that specific block, because we want people to have confidence that what we are doing works and to show. We did this in Normal Heights in 2010, 2012. We reported that data. That's the kind of effort that we're mimicking here to say, okay, let's bring that to a larger scale, and let's report on the reliability that we're seeing in that area because of the tree trimming, the new taps, the new transformer, the new modern distribution system. So you can bet that we will bring that also to you as we finish that project, or as we're underway with that project.
Okay, and then just to nail things down to dollars.
Yes.
So we're estimating that in 3 years, if this is approved, the average bill will go up by how much per month?
$4.83 in this year, $5 next year, and then $5.20. How much? $5.23 in the year after that. So that's just right at $15.
Okay.
After 3 years.
So if we're talking about $15 over 3 years, we're looking at an average of $200 bill. That's about 3%. That's about 3% more.
Yes, sir. Somewhere in that.
So 3.5 along those lines.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what
it's a 4% rate increase. That's what that translates to.
But I'm just breaking it down to dollar amounts, putting that, if we're talking five, basically $15.
Yes, sir. $5 the first year, about 10 the second, about 15 the third.
Okay. So where I still get to with this is, even if we're talking about that increase, we multiply that $15 a month times 12 months, still less than $200.
Yes, sir.
When somebody throws out, because they've been out for days at a time, and that's just one weather event, and they have to throw out a freezer worth of food or a refrigerator worth of food, it's typically going to be more than that dollar amount. And so that's my justification for supporting this, and I would hope that my colleagues do have that reporting information, and you request it on a regular basis, particularly for the areas where we're making that investment, because we should be able to say, we've been making these investments. At some point, I don't know whether it's 6 months, 9 months, a year from now, we should be able to say that data is coming back here. My last point, and then I have Councilwoman Johnson, and then Logan in here. I have a commitment from you, Mr. McGowan, because as I've mentioned before, I just see the tree trimming being over 20% of what this total budget is. That you've provided a commitment that we are going to look at, because trees growing is a permanent problem. But contracting it out is a temporary solution. And so you've committed to me publicly that we would look into and explore bringing on permanent team members in order to address what is a permanent problem as a way to sort of fix what our costs are that's associated with tree trimming and being the permanent problem of trees growing.
I've not only committed that to you, sir, I've actually asked me, or excuse me, not asked me, that was my prior job, IBEW to begin.
Well, might need them too.
I know,
so.
and I've asked Corey, Mr. Hester, to go forth and bring them to us, and we will hire them. So that's already an action underway.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I just need to backtrack on a question we had earlier today. 2 weeks ago, we approved the purchase of radio airways for approximately $28 million. How soon will your office be able to implement that service?
So we will have the license beginning in about January. We have to make sure that we acquire that license. We had to purchase that before it was sold on the open market. With this approval of this rate increase in this budget, we will begin buying and designing and buying and building radio towers that will implement that radio frequency. We have just about 500 switches out of the 2,000 that we're going to put into the system. So as soon as we have the radios up and operating, they'll begin being able to operate the system. But again, the urgency here was that the vendor was going to put that back on the open market and it would not be available to us at that point.
Okay, again, when do you anticipate the time frame?
Oh, for the entire system, the whole build out will be 2028 by the time it's built out, but we'll have the radio system coming online before then. Do we have a specific time on that? So, okay, but we can get you a specific time on the radio system. But this is all being built together, building radio towers, putting transmitters in, putting the distribution automation switches in, and putting the other components into the system so they can all come together and work.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple of other things that I wanted to ask. I've had several constituents reach out regarding the infrastructure. Well, they mentioned if this is going to improve the infrastructure, which I don't know how that relates to the outages, but if it's going to reduce the outages, how can you explain very plainly how this is going to reduce the outages that we're experiencing in Memphis? The reason why I ask is because, when we were out, we had to go find water. People had to go to hotels, and my constituents were, we don't have the funds to just go to the hotels or change out all the food or this, that, and the other. So, in just really plain, how is that this increase going to change that?
So very directly, tree trimming is the #1 cause of outages. Trees touch wires, that causes an over or undercurrent and causes the fuse to blow, and you have an outage. So the first job, clearing the trees, will eliminate those kinds of outages, and you should see more reliability. The second is replacing outdated infrastructure. Today, with the current level of funding until we had the way forward, we have very old transformers in the system, and they reach a certain point in their age and they just stop working. And when they stop working, you have an outage. What this improvement will allow us to do is to go replace those transformers on a regular basis so that we don't wait for them to fail. In other words, wait for you to report an outage and then go, oh, that was a transformer, so we're replacing that. It will also give us a regular and recurring ability to replace underground cable. I showed you that before. Underground cable over time decays and also does not, it just stops working. Now we can be more proactive in replacing underground cable when it reaches the end of its service life, and that prevents a cable fault, which is an outage. When we replace substations, the big transformers and circuit breakers at substations, they are susceptible as they get older to overheating. They are susceptible as they get older to lightning impacts. And when you replace those on a recurring level, they are much more resilient in the face of weather. And so that avoids an outage. And so replacing the outdated infrastructure is just like in your home. How do I avoid things from breaking? I replace it with a new part. The third part is the modernization. That is the automation with which, if there is a tree branch that falls on a wire and causes an outage, it redirects power around that immediately. And so many fewer people are affected, which means instead of 1,000 people being out, now maybe only 200 people are out. It saved 800 people from being out of power. And it speeds our restoration. It saves 8 to 12 hours of time because it identifies where the break is. So not only does it save you from being out, but it reduces the time to bring you back on when you are out. There's nothing that's a panacea. I would love to declare a zero outage goal. We are not there yet. This is the first step in modernizing our system to reduce outages to a level that is acceptable in today's society.
If we don't vote for, what percentage of improvement do you see?
Okay, can I repeat the first part of your question?
If we don't vote for it, what percentage of improvement will we see, say, over this next season, of winter season?
Well, okay, it'd be hard for me to give you a specific percentage, but
or just
So we are going about twice as fast than we would go if we did not. So I'm trying to get us to reliability about twice as fast as we would otherwise get there.
Okay.
So it's just essentially going to take us much longer.
Thank you.
Is that it? Bless your smile.
Yeah, I would just say this. I'm not going to support this rate increase, and it has nothing to do with your administration. And I think I echoed this multiple times. There's been previous administrations who sat there and told the council that if we vote for this rate increase, we're going to see substantial improvement in terms of reliability. And I think just looking at what transpired, we did not see a substantial increase in reliability. I'm of the mindset, and I'm a supporter of yours. I voted for you to become the president of MLGW. I'm of the mindset that the institution that is called MLGW has a very negative view in terms of the public. What I'm hearing from my constituent is it needs to be a situation where you show us that the reliability is going to improve. And this is no indictment on you or your leadership. I think this is more of an indictment of what MLGW has been in the past. And I'm hopeful in the next few years that you're able to show the community that, you know, this is a completely different MLGW. MLGW will be better. And when it comes to candor, will be better in terms of getting information out into the community, and be better in terms of, you know, following up to some of the promises or commitments that it has made. So once again, it's not an indictment on you or your leadership. It's more so public perception when it comes to MLGW and the lack of transparency in the past and some of the statements that, we've heard from constituents. I'm sure we're gonna hear some of those statements from constituents. And I'm gonna cap it off with this. I won't say what courtroom I was in. I was in the courtroom in Shelby County, and I was getting ready to try a case, but there was a trial going on right before mine. And a lawyer goes up, the lawyer represents MLGW, and the judge said, "Oh, you represent MLGW and robbery," or something like that. This is a sitting judge in Shelby County, and I think that it captures the general feeling the community has about MLGW. So I would not support this. I'm not sure what the votes count is, but I hope that you continue down the path of being forthcoming and transparent with the city of Memphis and with the city of Memphis and the people who live in the community. And I just hope that, MLGW as an entity does become better.
Sure. Thank you for those comments. I certainly knew all of that before I decided to take the job after they offered it to me, and so I knew exactly what I was getting into, and I will stand up my transparency against anybody's in the city. Because I am there, we have a 4M form that's publicly available. All of our data is available. You can ask the city. We have given over all of the data that they have requested from us, and I am on a path of making sure that our community meets with me. We have monthly meetings with the community. They used to be quarterly. I'm out there all the time. I have a new relationship with all the suburban mayors. I have a relationship with our state delegation. And so this is a very important thing for me, is to advance transparency, provide information to the public, and so you have my commitment to continue in that path as well. So thank you for those comments, though, and I certainly understand the spirit in which they're offered.
Thank you, Mr. McGowan. At this time, we'll have public comments. I have seven comment cards. The first comment card is from Keyshawn Pearson.
How y'all doing? I'm Keyshawn Pearson, 1110 Starline, Memphis, Tennessee. I represent Memphis Community Against Pollution, and I just firstly want to say thank you all for allowing me to take a moment to express some concerns that our organization have, as well as the folks in Southwest Memphis. While we do acknowledge the necessary improvements that Mr. McGowan and the MLGW team have proposed, we understand that having our lights go out downtown, having our lights go out without reason, without storms, on sunny days, is something that we need to avoid. I want to first start there. But what I don't want to do here is continue to perpetuate a system where MLGW comes to before this council and continues to get rate increases. MLGW was here in 2020, and they are back here again asking for even more without any proof of resilience. This is a company who proposes to use more technology, where we have seen currently our LED lights are working inadequately, and the software has been inadequately used to calculate the bills for our people. And so we are looking to arm an organization with more technology and more money that has not proven that they will do anything substantial with that. And so Memphis Community Against Pollution is against this rate hike. We are against the exploitation without the information necessary to move forward with a proposal that shows us how the money will work and benefit our communities. So the last thing I would say is let's not set a precedent for infinite rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Our next comment card is from Pamela Moses.
Thank you. Pamela Moses, 2383 Jackson. Glad you called me. I was getting ready to leave. I just think that it is very bad the way you conduct business. Not all of you, just some of you, the ones that's got ants in their pants and can't sit down, and we've been sitting here for 3 hours for this. I got a $143 fee from MLG&W because I called in a gas leak that I thought I had smelled because there's gas in my kitchen, hot water. I have gas everywhere because it's an older house. And that had never happened before until I inquired about this rate thing. So I don't know if it was intentional, but I just say this to say that some people can't afford $143. Some people can't afford $15. And you have a responsibility, and especially you, Mr. Ford, you know about the $10,000 water bill. You have a responsibility to the constituents that you serve to make good, informed decisions. They do not use all of their budget, and I want to know why they're here asking for this when they don't use their entire budget. That is a question that I've asked several of y'all. You know, it's ironic you were speaking about Ricky Wilkins when I walked in, Chairman Jones. You know, at some point before you die, you're going to have to do something for the people. If you don't, then you'll just die. And I just hope that y'all keep in consideration that people are out here dying because they don't have money. Crime is rampant, and you can keep giving it to the companies that already have it, or you can invest it in some things that make sense. They don't use it, so since they are not using the money that they have, there's no reason that you should be entertaining this. You wouldn't have did it for Mr. Young, and you should not be doing it for that. And I just want to express my dissent in this raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moses. Our next comment card is from Glenda Hicks.
Good evening, Glenda Hicks, 3090 Woodthrush Drive. As a co-founder of 21st Century Memphis or Bus, I stand here in behalf of over 500 of your constituents. For the record, please know that I am not here to browbeat like gas and water, but to insist that it accurately and equitably serve its customers with absolute respect and due diligence. As each of you seriously weigh the decision to increase rates and surmount citizens with a documented already highest energy burden in the country, I implore you to give just weight to the following facts. MLGW's 2023 devastating delayed bill fiasco has presented a grave burden on roughly 10% of its customer base. The fact that many customers were overwhelmed with anywhere from 6 to 9 months of delayed bills received at one time is overwhelming in itself. Then to discover that the procedure put in place to correctly bill was not one of accuracy, but a guesstimate of months of supposed corrected bills. How do I know this? I personally am a retiree of Light, Gas, and Water and personally worked in the billing department as a specialist for 12 years. So one of our members approached me, and I actually went out and read her meters, and she shared the bills that she had received to find out that she was overbilled 120 CCFs in gas. Then I presented this to Vice President Timothy Davis. They addressed it. The person that adjusted the account, it took us a while to get in touch on a conference call with her, but just to find out that
Ms. Hicks, I need you to conclude your comments.
You all need to understand that there is a serious billing issue and that this needs to be addressed properly. You've been told that it's coming to a conclusion, but that is not the case. I have plenty other members who are yet
Ms.
not
Hicks.
receiving bills.
Thank you.
So please have this
Thank you.
issue.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Massey.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue, 38111. The Inflation Reduction Act was the single largest investment in clean energy that covered local municipalities such as Memphis and Shelby County that we have ever seen. MLGW has untapped federal funding that could be unleashed through consumer tax credits by switching to cleaner, more sustainable energy suppliers. These credits could cover a multitude of different provisions that elevate the most excluded Memphis communities to the forefront of the conversation, including low-income energy efficiency, low-income home retrofitting with new insulation and services such as hot water and heating, and building community centers and libraries powered by solar energy. What's outlined within MLGW's proposed 2024 budget is a 12% rate hike for consumers throughout our city, which we are all aware will disproportionately impact low-income Black Memphians who especially felt the brunt of extreme weather events. Most notably, the 2022 Christmas blackouts where we witnessed TVA gas turbines fail to service our city. Folks, we have no time to waste, as a third of Memphian households are spending upwards of 10% of their income on energy bills. MLGW and the TVA should be planning how to leverage Inflation Reduction Act funding to develop sustainable energy projects, not the single largest natural gas build-out project in the country, and predatory rate hike increases, as they are now. This will continue to force Memphians to foot the bill and exacerbate the local impact of the climate crisis beyond what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Our next comment card is from Dr. Ray Bauer.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Ray Bauer, 2000 North Parkway, co-founder of the MLGW advocacy group 21st Century Memphis or Bust. I'm here to request that voting on both the 12% rate increase, item 39, as well as the MLGW 2024 budget, item 40, be delayed until the council's next meeting on December 19th. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened in the last 3 years. First reason, the agenda and MLGW 2024 budget were only available to the public yesterday, slightly after 8 in the morning, which is a violation of Tennessee's Open Meetings Act, First State of Tennessee Public Chapter 213, passed April 2023. And the date stamp on the MLGW 2024 budget is December 1st, after the deadline of submission. Did you all even have a chance to really look at this budget? The public needs to be given proper notice to attend and speak ahead of either vote. The second reason, this infographic that member Joe Kent emailed you all yesterday shows that MLGW has not spent its budget over the last 3 years, which means you all have approved a lot of money, but MLGW has not used it. There is no need for a residential rate increase. Please do the right thing today by your constituents and delay both of these votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment card is from Mr. Joe Kent.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo. It just did not feel right when a $2 billion budget was noticed one day before the vote. Didn't feel right. Not noticing the actual FY24 budget document violates TCA 656-206 and makes any votes on rates or the budget today illegal. And the MLG, so this is illegal votes. $312 million in capital underspend, growing capital underspend, eliminates the need for a rate increase. They've got money piled up on their budget. Doug McGowan just said 90 days cash is optimal. Well, no, that's the most your days of cash you're supposed to have. The most. Too much cash on the balance sheet may have contributed to a $27 million purchase that had to get cash out the door that didn't benefit ratepayers. That's an example of cash mismanagement driven by capital underspend that we've been paying for them to do. We also asked for this budget document through FOIA request, starting on 11/9, and it never did come. It only came yesterday. This is an illegal vote. This is an illegal vote. So what we are for, let me say this, is 21st Century is for, supports Madam Councilor Easter Thomas's fiscally accountable proposal for a one-year rate increase, 1 year only, and not 3-year consideration, maximum 2% increase, and I'm just saying you need to delay the vote until next meeting to be in compliance with TCA 656-206. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. Our next comment card is from Kimberly Owens Pearson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kimberly Owens Pearson, 1110 Starline, and I'm speaking on behalf of delaying the vote for the increase for Memphis Light Gas and Water citizens like myself. I have an elderly aunt, and she calls me consistently saying, before I can get my next check, I see another bill. So it's one bill comes, before her next check comes, she gets another bill. And I was a while ago, I was in a Memphis Light Gas and Water meeting, and they were constantly asking for money for this, money for that, money for this, but you have to think about your citizens. You guys are the city council, we are the city residents, and a lot of people are hurting when companies and corporations are constantly getting funds and we're not seeing where it's going. Just because it's a need that we have to have does not give you the right to constantly burden us with costs. So I ask that you each think about this and delay this vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Vice Chair Smiley.
I think there's still time on the clock. I'm not sure if there's anyone else in the comments.
No.
I just want anyone from 21st Century, I'm not sure who's the appropriate person. I think if the request is for this body to delay the vote, what would 2 weeks do? Is it specifically to be in compliance, or is it for some other purpose? And then I think Attorney Wade wants to talk. I think he talks a lot, but he wants to talk today. So anyone from 21st Century. Mr. Kent, tell me something good.
Well, it would inform the public with time to study the budget so that they could actually come down here and provide an informed opinion related to if the rate increase is needed or not.
So your position is it's not necessarily vote no right now. It's give us some time to look at it, and we still may or may not like it.
Right. It would give us more. Now, would there be a change, perhaps, in our position because people are more informed? But the idea, what the benefit to this council is you would be in compliance with TCA, which is 10 days that budget has to be published. 10 days, not 1 day.
I have a sneaky suspicion that Attorney Wade is going to disagree with you, but I don't know if he is or not. I want to see what he's going to say.
So before we hear from you, Mr. Wade, let me...
I guarantee you, Attorney Wade is going to say a $2 billion budget is not one day.
Before I hear from Mr. Wade, let me hear from the council members that are in the queue. Councilman Carlisle, followed by Swearingen, Washington, and Logan.
Look forward to that legal opinion. Yes, remember, there is a place to if you have a grievance or you felt like something illegal, there is a courthouse directly across the street that you are welcome to file litigation with. I have no doubt that Mr. Wade would love to see you in the courtroom. That being said, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know that I agree. I've heard, I understand the need to want to be informed from the public. I think that's fair. But the idea that a group that's been saying no, no, no all the way along is going to somehow change for 2 weeks, I think is a false argument. I actually agree with Mr. Massey that there's no time to waste, to quote him. I sat here and I heard multiple comments and I made notes on just different speakers. I understand when people talk about the expensive nature of their utility bills, but really that's a percentage of the function of their income and the weatherization of their home, which isn't a responsibility of MLGW. That's a problem that this council must figure out along with the mayor and the Shelby County government in the state of Tennessee. Like I've said, and many members have said, we got to find a way to put more money in people's pockets. But when you look at the data about electricity, we still have the lowest electric rates in the nation. So that doesn't necessarily hold water. Somebody mentioned that we've done nothing substantial. When you've had sodium phosphate, I may mess that up, but when you've had the same street lights for the same time and you ask a leader to come in and say, we want you to do something people can see, and they roll out 88,000 LED lights out of 100,000+ across the city in less than 12 months, that's pretty substantial. And to have I won't even call it a failure rate, an installation hiccup, I can't even get all the light bulbs in my house to work at once, right? Like to only have 1,000 out of 80,000+, I think 69,000 was really the number, 70,000, malfunction and install would tell you that's a pretty good error rate. But I think that that's pretty substantial. The billing issue is a real problem. I think that the MLGW administration has acknowledged that. I think that, I understand that some of you may have grievances with members of the leadership team, but for me personally, one of the reasons that this body voted to put Doug McGowan in there is because he exemplified his ability to execute what he said when he said that he was going to do it. And when you've got an organization that is as large and as cumbersome as a 3-division utility that is multi-billion-dollar with 6,000, 8,000 employees, you cannot make change like you're driving a speedboat. It takes time to make change. It's just a fact. It's a business fact. You don't go in and change Delta overnight. You don't go in and change GE overnight. To change large organizations takes a vision and constant execution. And those business plans and visions have to be tweaked and modified to meet what is going on. When we came down here, those of us that were new this year, our first meeting was the rate increase because the prior body didn't really want to deal with it. If you go back and talk to some of the employees that were there, some of the senior leadership, and even JT Young, the reason that what we got left with was they wanted to get a higher rate increase at the time, but couldn't get it passed, so they just took what the council was willing to give them. That's not an opinion, that's just a fact. And then we talk about the way forward, and we constantly forget that for almost a year, there was nobody in an office anywhere. There were very few people in the building department. All of our community offices were closed. Contractors, employees were hard to find. There's no way that you can begin a 5-year, multi-million-dollar capital plan successfully in the middle of a global shutdown. In addition to that, by the time we actually got our heads up, and I mean the globe, supply chain was so out of whack that if you'd wanted to order a light bulb, you probably were going to wait 2 years for it. In addition to that, as the end of the supply chain crisis came, not to get super political, but this is, again, a fact of economy, you have soaring inflation with the Fed trying to increase rate to curb inflation while the Fed is pumping trillions of dollars into the economy for the Inflation Reduction Act, doing the exact opposite. You can't pump money into the economy and expect costs to come down. So somebody asked, what would be the problem if you do a 1-year rate increase? I'll give you the very direct answer. Assuming that there is not a massive correction of the marketplace and we're put in a deflationary environment, which would be cataclysmic for the global economy, you leave yourself open to more increased costs because you can't lock down contracts and long-term orders. We are not ordering dolls for Christmas. We're ordering industrial engineering parts. These things do not get made within 30 days and Amazon to your house on Prime. They have lead times that can last up to 2-3 years. So if you are one person that continually hears from your constituents over the years that they're sick and tired of their power going out, and you know it's an infrastructure problem, but you don't want to pay for it to accelerate that curve, then those of us that do will know that we've done the right thing. It is very difficult to charge people more. I understand that. I really do. I think we all do. But sometimes you have to make tough decisions and know that people will thank you. I don't know that there's a single development that I've ever been a part of where people have told me on the front end that they're excited about it. But every single time a hotel opens or an apartment building opens, somebody comes and pats us on the back and says, that building looks beautiful. We're so happy for what you did. And I will draw a direct parallel to that. People are nervous and they're scared that MLGW is not going to execute on the plan that they say they are. I'm putting my faith in Doug McGowan and his team to demonstrate that. And I think in the time that Doug has been in there, I have not seen him not deliver on a single thing that he's told me, and that goes back to his time in the city of Memphis. And so I fully intend to support this, as difficult it is, and I may eat my words in 4 years. I don't think I'm going to, but you cannot expect to get more for less. And so I think it's going to take some intestinal courage or intestinal fortitude to vote for this rate increase, and so they can actually substantially improve our grid. There is, I mean, you heard it, like 60 out of several hundred. We need to fix several hundred transformers. We have to cut tens of thousands of miles of tree lines and yards that in houses in blighted communities. These things, I mean, and the one more comment I just want to address. Somebody brought up the fact that we continually are raising rates. We've had one rate increase in 35 years. There was one in 85, and then again in 04, and then it went back down. And so my point is that people are making statements that are baseless for the most part. So that you guys, you can agree with them, that's fine, that's your prerogative. But I'm going to trust in the data that I've seen. I recognize that even if there's $300 million unspent, that we have $1 billion problem, and that we've actually got to start working on this issue. And I think that Doug McGowan and his team will demonstrate what they say they're going to do. There wasn't a single time in the city that Doug didn't do something that he said he was going to do for me. So I'll be supporting this rate increase, and I would encourage you guys too. I think that we will all be better off. And now, last thing, and I promise I'll be quiet. We have heard so much about TVA over these last 4 years. TVA had one issue last February delivering power in what was a once-in-a-lifetime storm for them that's only getting worse. The issue for us is not TVA. The issue has been our ability to receive their power and reliably distribute it. And so we've got to step up to the plate here and not be susceptible to the arguments that have been made here for 40 years. These are the same arguments that have been made in these chambers for 40 years by people that are nervous about a rate increase. MLGW is going to rob you. They're a bad organization. They're corrupt. They're not transparent. Well, that's why we put Doug McGowan in charge. And so we've got to have the fortitude to move forward and do this because it's going to be the right thing to do, and people's power need to stay on. I agree with everything they say. If you've got an aunt or an uncle that needs life support in their home, or you've got a young family, or you need power, we need to do it for reliability for the distribution. I hope you'll support that. I'm sorry I went longer than I meant to. I yield the floor.
Vice Chair Smiley.
I'm not even sure why I'm in the queue anymore, but yeah, I'm not sure why I'm in the queue anymore.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Attorney Wade, there we go. Attorney Wade, there we go.
Okay, so you have received the august opinion of Joe Kent that we're in violation of TCA. I'm about to tell you to the contrary. 656-206 is part of the, what is it called? The Municipal Budget Act of 1982. And it is 202 says this part applies to any municipality, not a light, gas, and water division or utility, that does not have a budget provision in its charter that are at least as detailed as this chapter. Our charter has a detailed provision for budgets for us as a city. This municipal budget law applies to municipalities, not to utilities. And then if you go to, and the reason you go to 656-206 is any proposed budget of a municipality has to be published in 10 days, unless your charter provides otherwise, which ours does. This does not even come close to applying to what we're doing tonight. The utility does not use any of our operating revenue. It gains its revenue from its ratepayers and from borrowing under the municipal bond law. The municipal bond law allows MLG&W to borrow money through bond issuance by resolution. It requires them to adopt a budget on an annual basis by resolution. So to the contrary, we are totally consistent with the municipal bond law. The provisions that deal with us require us to have our budget approved by ordinance before we set a tax rate. They don't set tax rate. If you look at their charter, it allows their board to prescribe rates. They don't have the authority to adopt ordinances. It requires us to consent to their rate increase. And as the chairman stated to you, we don't amend their budget. We vote it up or we vote it down. And we do so by resolution, the same way we have done since MLG&W has been in existence since 1935. So to the contrary, we are doing exactly, precisely, absolutely precisely what we have always done. And I contest his contention that we are violating TCA. And as someone mentioned, there's a place for them to take this, and it's not here. And let me point out one other thing. We had a class action filed against us about our budgeting, and we won. And we did it the same way we're doing tonight. So we have fought this battle before. We will fight it again, and I will predict that it will come out the same way.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
I think he's just...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is a legal vote, I would like to call the question.
Okay. The question has been called on the MLG&W rate increase. Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the screens for voting on item number 39?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colvett, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, no. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Warren, yes. Please show Council Member Michael and Easter Thomas as voting no. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes. J.B. Smiley, no. Swearingen Washington, no.
Okay.
The screen turned really bad.
So 9 votes, that item passes.
4 years is coming to house.
So, man, we'll have no outbursts, but I'd like to adjourn the rate-making body of the Memphis City Council. We are adjourned. Now I would like to reconvene the meeting of the Memphis City Council. Madam Comptroller, will you please call item 40?
He calls back to order? He calls us back to order.
Oh, okay.
What'd you say?
Call back to order. Thank you. Yes, item 40. I don't plan on going anywhere, but thank you. Yeah. Item number 40, please, Madam Comptroller.
Item number 40 is a resolution to approve the
Thanks, sir.
2024 budget of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division operations and capital budget. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by MLGW administration.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinson.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee just met during the rate-making board, and this item is now up for approval. The committee has met just now, and we have approved this item, and I ask that you move this item forward. And I have a motion, I need somebody to second it in the system as well.
The recommendation. No, she's the recommendation.
This is
Of the rate making body.
just the rate, no, item number 39, isn't that correct?
Well, no, 40.
Oh,
We're
well,
on 40.
I'm sorry. Okay. So for the item number 40, thank you, Chairman Jones, for the committee has met and sit this item downstairs without a recommendation. However, I'm asking that this item be held for 2 weeks to give the MLGW administration, Okay. Okay, so they want me to just move the item, but we do need to ask if the budget reflects their increase. It does. Okay, nobody shared that with me. Okay. Okay. He's got my paper. Thank you. You just gave it to me. Okay. No, don't worry about it. Item number 40, the committee met, but we made no recommendation on item 40, so I so move. Thank you. There was no recommendation made by the committee.
Okay. That motion was made to approve the MLG&W budget for 2024. That motion was made by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Morgan. I have Vice Chair Smiley in the queue.
Call the question.
Okay. The question has been called. However, I do have 3 comment cards. My first comment card is from Yolanda Spinks.
Good evening. Thank you for.
Good evening.
Actually, I wanted to speak on 39, but I think they're both the same.
Ms. Spinks, your name and address for the record, please.
Yolanda Spinks, 1938 Riverside, 3109.
Thank you.
Thank you, Swearingen Washington, for voting no in the last. Thank you. We emailed some with Memphis Community Against Pollution. We emailed you guys some revisions to the resolution to ensure that Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has accountability with the money that you're giving them. We still ask that you delay the increase, but since we see that you want, it's important for you to know, when I hear council people like Carlisle saying that he understands, you don't understand what it's like for poor people not to be able to pay their bill. You're wealthy. You don't understand. So please stop saying it, because you don't. We need Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. We don't need them putting money in reserve when they already have money. Doug McGowan said that even if you do not give them an increase, they still have money to do what they need to do next year. So why not delay the increase? Why not? They still can get the work in 2024 done. Why not come back then and say, you know what, this is what we need money for. We don't need you taking money from poor people, putting it in reserve, buying bonds, and doing what else you're ever going to do with it. Give people their money back or don't take it at all. Your constituents sent you here to represent them, to do the right thing for them. And when you don't, it's a real injustice. Because people are choosing between paying their light bill and buying groceries. And that's important, right? I don't need you taking my money, putting it in bonds, putting it in reserve. Do the right thing for people because it's the right thing to do. Do what your folks sent you here to do. And when you don't, we agree. We need to cut trees, we need to improve infrastructure, but what is the plan to ensure that it's happening equitably? Because black folks still lights out all the time. The wind blow a little bit, and my lights go out. So I just ask that you do the right thing by people. Like, this is the thing that we've constantly been asking over and over again. Just do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And stop making residential customers pay for industry.
Thank you,
They
Ms.
got the
Spinks.
money.
Our next comment card is from Mr. Chet Kibble. Mr. Kibble. And then I also have Mr. Joshua Perkins. Okay. Those are our last comment cards. The question has been called. Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the voting screen? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to state that it's important for MLGW to keep this council updated about their progress. The reason that I voted yes is because my constituents call me nonstop, just like the young lady who just got up to say the lights go out all the time. We have to give them an opportunity to fix that problem. And if you find that it's not fixing the problem, I won't be here. I need you all to work on either encouraging them to do it or shutting it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Comptroller, voting screen, please.
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, no. Morgan, yes. Robinson, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, no. Swearingen Washington, no. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
That item passes. That brings us to our public comment section of our meeting. And we have before we do that, I'll tell you what. Vice Chair, will you please read our same night minute items into the record?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The same night minute items are 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 45, 47, 48, and I think 43 and 46 have been held.
Okay. So if you would move that, please, sir.
And move it electronically.
Okay, it has been moved by Vice Chair Smiley, seconded by Councilman Carlisle. Seeing no members in the queue to speak on it, Madam Comptroller, will you please prepare the screens for voting?
Canali, yes. Carlisle, yes. Colbert, yes. Easter Thomas, yes. Ford, yes. Johnson, yes. Logan, yes. Morgan, yes. Vice Chairman Smiley, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. Chairman Jones, yes.
Our same night minutes have been approved. We have one comment card, Mr. Walter Brody.
What about that hat? What happened to Joe? All right. Good evening. How y'all doing?
Good evening.
My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 4256 Ledbetter Code, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109. I got two scriptures for you right fast. Got one from Isaiah 40 chapter, 3rd verse, and it says, "The voice of him that cries in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord. Make straight in the desert a highway for our God." And another scripture is Isaiah 60 and 3, the 3rd verse. 60 and 3rd verse, and it says, "And the Gentiles shall come to the light, and the kings to the brightness of the rising." Let's go into prayer. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you once again for allowing me to come here, Father God. Father God, continue to bless all the city council members, Father God. Bless everybody who's behind the scenes who's working real hard, Father God. Continue to bless both our mayors, bless Shelby County Commission, bless our president, our vice president, every Republican, Democrat, Independent, senator. Father God, bless every man, woman, child in this city, this state, this country, and all around the world. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen and amen.
Amen.
Somebody told me
There's a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.
all I know is I got a text message saying I owe somebody $20. Could y'all increase that rate?